right, thank you, everyone. It's April the 22nd, and we're going to start our city council meeting off as in our action review. So I'm now calling it to order, and let's start with our introductions. We'll start with our city attorney.
Good evening, Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Good evening, Victoria Watlington at large.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, council member at large.
Sarah Picard, District 6.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Dimple Ashmira at large.
Good evening, happy Earth Day. I'm Marjorie Molina, I represent District 5.
Good evening, Renee Johnson, and I'm honored to represent District 4.
Ariel Smith, Lead City Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Molina, for reminding us that it is Earth Day today, and especially since Earth Day was preceded by Passover. That's right. Thank you very much. So now we'll go to our agenda for the action review. The first item that we have is the mayor and council consent item, questions and answers. Are there any consent items that would be requested as a separate vote? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have asked for Marie I would like to have 18, 20, 21, 26, 31, 33.
All right. 33, all of the property, just 33 through 36, or just 33?
33.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anyone else?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Watlington.
I'd like to go ahead and pull 17 through 30.
I'm sorry.
17 through 30.
17 through 30, okay. All right. So we're going to have separate items for those. And so I believe the first item on our agenda then will be adopt a resolution supporting the North Carolina Department of Transportation Safety Project. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All right, that passes. Anyone opposed? All right, so the next item is requested as a separate vote. Item 17, traffic signal installation and maintenance change order. Ms. Watlington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got some general questions around each one of these particular items. I bring them up because as we are looking at making updates to our CBI work and really making sure that we are supporting MWSBE through our government contracts, I know that we're in the middle of transition, so I want to make sure that we're super transparent with the public as we're seeing these each month while we wait for that next update about what it is that we're doing and why. So I've asked for staff to go through and just give a brief explanation for each of these in regards to the goals, if there are some, and speaking to how we kind of ended up to where we are. So these can be, just as far as I'm concerned, these can be hit in one piece. Just to answer those questions, because there are three particular policy items I want to make sure is clear as we take a look at them.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask the manager to address your question.
So thank you, Mayor, members of council. So Marie, if it works best, would it be good to just go through
Yes,
the
sir.
responses? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
So traffic signal installation and maintenance change order, that's the first one, number 17. And this is a change order, and it's under the same goal as the original contract. An important note for this change order is it's not a change order in terms of different scope. It's more of the same, basically. It's more, we're having to do more than we projected in terms of installing traffic signals and maintaining traffic signals. And the goal was exceeded, it's 2.1%, but that was based on a review of availability matrix of the current vendors that would be available to participate, and also due to the fact that there's not much subcontracting opportunities with this specific contract.
Follow-up, Mike? Oh, good.
Mr. Mitchell.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. Wall.
Oh, I was just checking to see, make sure I'm understanding what's about to happen. Is Marie going through each one of these right now, or she's going to just do each one?
She's going to do each one. If there are any questions about each one, we'll do
Okay,
that.
got it.
Including those from Ms. Mayfield,
Okay.
okay? Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. City Manager and Maria, let me make sure, the new contract value goes from $2 million to $5 million? A change order, almost $3 million?
So again, this isn't terms of a change order like you think, oh, like we hit rock or we're building something new. This is more like, think of it as, okay, when we were originally projecting out for this contract, we thought we'd do, and I'm making up numbers, 100 traffic signals, but we're really doing 300 traffic signals based on the Vision Zero and different initiatives where we're trying to update traffic lights and things like that. So when we originally projected out, it's just more of the same thing is what I'm trying to say.
And so, may I do a follow-up, Madam Mayor?
Please.
So the construction method type on this was a hard bid?
No, so this isn't a construction bid, sir. This is to just install traffic signals and maintain traffic signals.
And so the 2% was based on the original contract, or is the 2% go based on the new contract?
It was based on the original, and it carries forward to this change order since it's the same.
So let me make sure, on additional $3 million increase in cost, we still got the same 2% goal established.
Correct, because of there's not much subcontracting that's available. The main vendor's doing most of the work themselves, because it's, like you said, it's not a construction where there's multiple scopes of work. This is, I'm going out and installing a piece of equipment
Okay.
and then maintaining it.
And so MH Graves Construction, are they a part of the additional change, or the new change order, where they get additional work? They
Yeah,
was
so
part
the
of
current, sorry, I didn't have it flipped to that page, but yes, the current subcontractor will get additional work, and that's what makes up the 2% is of the new total, not just based on the old total, to your point.
Wow, okay. Thank you, Madam
All
Mayor.
right. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and this is really for our manager. I have a concern that with this change order for an additional $3,236,512.50, that we did not specify additional opportunity, because what we do know is outside of the incidental concrete work and traffic signal installation, the individuals that are out there helping to maintain traffic flow when the construction's happening, it seemed like it would be helpful if we create a process where when we're looking at change orders, especially at a significant dollar amount, we run it back through CBI again. Because when this was approved in May 22nd, 2023, for $2,420,000, we very well may have additional capacity with meeting what we have identified as our MWSBE goals, versus saying, well, this company gets to come back for a change order, but we still have the same participation goal of 2%, and saying, well, they exceeded the goal at 2.10. That's a separate challenge. But it would be great if we create a process. If we're going to actually shore up CBI, we just had an amazing event here in the Government Center that you attended, Councilman Mitchell and I attended, where we are constantly advocating and soliciting our businesses to come through the city to be certified. We may have missed the opportunity here with ensuring that the opportunities are there, especially when it comes to change orders, because that is a considerable amount. Additionally, which now creates a total new value of $5,657,237. But we still have this 2.10, which is $68,000. No business is going to be able to grow on a $68,000 project when you have almost $6 million allocation for the totality of the work.
Thank you. And if I may point out also to your point, Ms. Mayfield, they are planning, it's not immediate, like to your point, but we're planning to bid that out next year. So we did it in 2023, and it is a time-consuming process for us and the vendors when they put in bids, but we definitely are looking, to your point, to revisit that in 2025.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. So I'm clear. So the original RFP went out, and this developer or construction company won the RFP based on the lowest bid, is that correct?
Right, it's not a construction contract, so it's not a developer, it's more
A service?
correct.
Okay, so a service okay. So this service was bid, and then who submitted the change order?
So staff, the city, based on, because when we were originally planning out this contract, and, it went to bid in May last year, but even before that, we're thinking through and getting it to that process to put it to bid. When we, the city, were scoping out our need, we thought, oh, we're just going to need this much. But based on our opportunities to do more work with Vision Zero and updating traffic signals and our growth, we're actually saying, okay, we're going to need more capacity than we originally thought. We're going to do more traffic signals than we thought originally when we were planning out for the contract.
So isn't that a new RFP?
No, man, it's the same, so we do an RFP,
No,
and then
maybe
it's
not, is
based
it?
on each.
Shouldn't it be a new RFP?
No, ma'am, because it's the same, so think of it as a unit, but not a unit price, but it's close to a unit price. If you say you're gonna buy gloves for $2, and we estimate to you that it's gonna be $2,000 worth of gloves, but we end up needing a lot more gloves, it's the same, it's just more of the same. It's not changing the opportunity.
So part of the concern with this city and minority businesses and grassroots organizations is the same players are at the table consistently. And this is, to me, it's more of that. Like, if it was originally a $2 million contract and it's $5 million now, that's over 100%. So this might have been an opportunity for another vendor or another contract. Instead of having one vendor with all of the business, we can share the wealth. So our procurement process, I would also say, city manager, if this is something we could take a look at, that subcontractor, I don't know, maybe they could have bid for that extra work. It's unusual. I mean, it would seem unusual that this significant of a change, maybe the policy should be this would be a new RFP, because this is double the work. I mean, that's just looking at this.
Yeah, not necessarily, but to your point, it could be, and that's why we're going to redo it in 2025. It takes a long time to actually put the bid on the street, and to your point, get people that aren't used to putting in bids to get ready. It takes months for them to prepare their bids, and then for city staff to assess the bids. So it's not something, we could turn around in a month, but we are definitely planning towards that.
I just had the honor of meeting with the minority contractor, and he wanted to introduce himself to me to let me know that he's out there. So when we hear the narrative, they're not out there, or they're not, they don't have the capacity, there are businesses out there. So I would definitely advocate that this would have been another RFP. That seems very, very significant with over a 100% increase.
Thank you. And then when you meet vendors like that, please definitely let us know, and we can make sure they're certified and on the list to get notified when opportunities arise.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this might be a policy question. I know we have a policy around CBI. So to address some of the concerns that my colleagues have raised, Dr. Watlington and Councilmember Mayfield and others, it seems like we need a policy around change. So when there is a change that comes in front of the council, what process does it have to follow in terms of the MWSBE commitment, if any? Because currently, that's what deviates from our original contracts. Is that correct, Dr. Watlington? So I think we need to have some sort of policy discussion on this. I don't know if we can address it today, but Madam Mayor, this could certainly be a referral to one of the committees to discuss this in depth, so that we don't end up discussing this at every council meeting during our agenda discussion.
I think that's an excellent point, that we need to have some ideas about what we're doing and how we're doing it, and a policy recommendation that would come from the council would be very helpful, and we can do that. And I would also say that it'll give us an opportunity to look at where we have other ideas and around how to increase our business inclusion for the number of people that live and work in this area and comply. So, yes, we will do a referral, and I was then going to ask Mayor Pro Tem, recognize her.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I love the discussion, but I want us to, when the city has a sourcing policy, right? There's a sourcing process, rather, like all companies do, right? And so when we're looking at our sourcing process, I think we need to look at it holistically and not just from one particular aspect. So, Ms. Ashmere, I agree that if we look at the change process for any of the contracts that we have, if there's a particular threshold or a number that if it's over, that change is over it, then maybe that will trigger another step in the process and loop back. But I think we have to look at it holistically and not just in one step or two steps, because sourcing processes, there's a methodology to go about it. So it's not like we would be recreating the wheel. Exactly. So, yeah, I just would encourage us to look at the entire process and where we have the opportunities to improve throughout the entire process. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I think Ms. Watlington, would you have another comment on 17, item 17?
Yeah, just building off of Councilmember Ashmere's point and the conversation around sourcing in general. Because it's on the table right now, I'll just go ahead and point out some of the things as I looked at these that, from a policy standpoint, I would like to make sure is included in that conversation. When it comes in particular to these open-ended contracts, like number 19 and the others, and I know we're on 17, but just for the sake of brevity here, I'd like to see us consider what it means in the open-ended contracts and how that connects to our CBI program. Right now, it doesn't appear that there is a requirement for any kind of MWSBE participation. I see that there are MWSBE firms that have been included as part of that scope, but there's no goal established with actually using those firms on those contracts. So that's one that I want to make sure is connected in that space. In addition, I see on many of these that there are no opportunities for, no viable subcontracting opportunities, not so much for the single source items, but for ones where there is significant scope. I want to make sure that we're circling back to this conversation when it comes to workforce development, that it's not just about helping folks get jobs, but it's about helping folks build capacity in those businesses. And it's been a little bit of time since I've seen that come back before us on council, as a full council. It may be something that's in committee, but I want to make sure that as we think about next year's budget, especially as we're choosing which organizations we want to truly partner with going forward, I want to make sure that workforce development specific to building entrepreneurial capacity is at the forefront for all of our MWSBEs. And then there are two that I do want to speak to a little bit later on, just from the airport, because it does look like they are benchmark in this area. And so I just want to understand and dig a little bit more into when we get to that, and it's appropriate 27 versus 27, 28, and 30. But as far as some of the items that I have pulled, those are the big picture themes that I see across them. And as it relates to 17, I too share much of the concern that many of my council members were, so I'll be holding my support for this one on today, but I look forward to the policy discussion.
Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for the parliamentarian. My understanding would be that the city staff would be operating under some existing policy, right? That would authorize them to put this before us as a consent agenda item, right? Or am I wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, actually, she's the chair. But
You operate off of a policy, yes.
So there is an existing policy right now that governs whether this can be done already.
So technically there is, but this is the issue, is whether they feel like for expediency, you can move forward, because as you'll recall in this particular one, I think, is one where they say that they're going to do another whole new process in 2025.
Okay.
So I think they're trying to finish this round of it first, and then they're going to start a whole new process. So there is some flexibility in the.
Okay, and process meaning, is that something that's been adopted by previous council?
I'm not sure if it's.
I believe he's meaning procurement process.
Yeah,
Procurement.
I think that
So
that's
just
at the
a process in
administrative.
general, not any type of policy guidance?
Yeah, that would be at the administrative level. I don't think that's, I mean, they probably told council about that, but I don't know that that's something that you would vote on.
I'm just trying to understand it, because when we say policy discussion, are we updating an existing policy, Madam Mayor? Or are we, like, is there no policy guidance at all? Or, like, I'm trying to understand, because,
So I'm going to try this, and it probably is, I'm going to be close to being wrong.
okay, no, that's fine.
My assumption-
I'm asking for
But
clarification.
so we had an agenda item because we always put traffic signals on the wires.
Okay.
And so we had a group of people that probably for a number of years had submitted opportunities to bid on installing signals.
Okay.
So then we got a lot more money from, I think, a lot of sources around Vision Zero and all of that. So we actually got more traffic signals to do, and traffic signals, a couple of people up on wires and doing that. And the staff decided to ask for the extension of this, but there was also perhaps a choice to go out and get a second vendor. I think that's what the council members are saying. How often do you give this opportunity? I can't answer whether or not that there is an exact procurement policy that triggers this, but I would expect that people said, we need traffic signals, we know how to get them, and we're going to put them up. That may have just been the simple way to get work done. But we are now being asked, I believe, by several members of the board to say, we would like to have a policy around whether or not we just go with what's in, or how do we make a decision on making that other decision. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I think this is a general understanding that people that have spoken around the dais, that they would see this. We are going to have at least half more of these to discuss. So I want to make sure that what we've done, I think almost everyone has spoken except Mr. Driggs, and I believe that what we're seeing is that we will have a number more of these, which will have the same kind of discussion. So I think everybody will have a chance to weigh in. All right, I think the manager, and then we'll follow Mr. Driggs.
So thank you, Mayor, members of council. So I understand a lot of the frustration that's happening tonight. I guess it was the 2023 annual strategy meeting when the council elevated MWSBEs to a strategic initiative and not something that's buried below. And then I think shortly thereafter, we finished the most updated disparity study. And we've had discussions about low bid versus alternate bidding techniques. So as you absolutely positively have our attention tonight, okay, that this is not only a priority, but you want to see some things that are happening differently. And so I believe that the referral will be very helpful from a policy perspective. I like what I've heard earlier. While there are administrative procedures that are in place, maybe there's some things from a policy perspective that once that's triggered, we may do something different. So it's a good conversation, no thin skin, we're getting it. And I think the referral will help us achieve what the discussion is tonight.
All right. Okay. Mr. Driggs?
So, to Ms. Molina's point, we are talking about things on which our current policy is basically silent. So we're looking at situations that are not fully described. And to that extent, there's a need for us to talk about it some more and see whether we get more specific. The other thing I wanted to mention, though, is change orders are not technically new projects. And often the work that needs to be done is kind of organic, like you've got somebody in the middle of construction and then you decide to do something different. So it doesn't lend itself to separation. Now, we could still have a conversation, Mr. Manager, about the rules that apply when you need to increment, like you need to expand the scope of work that's being done that doesn't lend itself to being separated, because that technically is what a change order is. Otherwise, you've got work being done at this location and at that location, and those are two projects. Thank you.
Ms. Molina, yes, please.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor, because I'm thinking about a project baseline, right? You know, an amount, an adjustment of an amount, would that say, like, now I'm looking for new SMEs to do a job? I mean, that's why I asked for clarification. I just, you know, I'd like for us to, somebody offline to tell me what we're doing. I'm confused.
Well, I think the manager said that we're going to look at our procurement policies, and when we have opportunities to address some of these issues in a different way, that's what the policy discussion will be around. So we'll see where we put it and how it goes. All right, so we now need, I believe the question that I have for the council is that we can approve 17 and delay and move until we get the policy, or we can, I don't know what the consequences of that would be for installing in signals, but so do I have a motion to approve 17, knowing that there is an effort to address it in the future?
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
I just wanted to make a comment real quick.
Well, let's see, Mr.
Yes.
Ajmera.
This one is for traffic signal installation and maintenance change order. I don't want us to delay this regular maintenance, so Dr. This as a policy to address your concerns, but I just don't want us to, because of our policy discussion, I don't want us to delay some of these projects that could result in fatalities. Okay.
All right, so we have a motion for approval of item 17. Please raise your hands if you support the motion. I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson, you have a question?
Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to delay anything that would cause fatalities either, obviously. But the $3 million, I guess the increase in the scope of work, is that something that could go to committee and then we could discuss? If not, I mean, it's not, we can vote on it, I just vote against it. But I just think that the $3 million change is because it's any policy, a 100% increase is going to trigger discussion. And I just think this would have been a great opportunity for another RFP. So I didn't know if we could just hold off on that portion of the contract or not.
It's up to the motion. We have a motion on the floor that asks for approval of it. So I think if their motion fails, then we can have another one.
Okay, I have a question.
All right.
I have a question. So what change would you like us to, I guess, what is the change you're proposing?
Well, what you said is you didn't want to delay the
Traffic
vote.
signal installation
Yeah,
and maintenance? Yes.
because of safety reasons.
Right.
So I'd want to do what was necessary, but if we can hold off and be, and this goes to committee maybe a month or so, then I'd be comfortable wanting to do that, to have the policy discussion.
I think we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a substitute motion?
Sure, I'll make a
substitute motion to defer until 30 days?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion to defer till 30 days. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor of the motion to defer for 30 days? Discussion, I'm sorry, Mr. Driggs.
Is there a hardship created by delaying this by 30 days, Mr. Manager?
So I'm not saying it's a hardship. I guess what I would ask is that we're going to put up traffic signals. One of the things that happened in the last bond was that we put a lot of money into Vision Zero. And we just have more capacity to do more than what initially went out. And so I'm not sure what the delay would do, and I see some of my folks who've come in from. If there's any issue with that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Charlie Jones, Deputy Director for CDOT. The question about the delay is we already have several locations identified through all the Vision Zero funding. So this would delay some of those implementations because of the backlog of work.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm also, if we are speaking to having a referral to go and clarify the process, then if we delay this one vote, that entire process of the referral won't be complete within, and the solution won't be complete within 30 days. And of course, jump-starting another RFP, that's months, and not just a 30-day process. So you could be looking at anywhere from 3 to 6 months, right, at a minimum for an RFP. Can you speak to that?
I can speak broadly on the RFP. It would be at least 3 to 6 months to get that out to, vendors and do all of our due diligence to identify vendors, make sure they have subcontractors and others that can do the work.
Sure. So I think I'd advocate for, if we're going to do a referral, the mayor's going to do a referral, then we go through that process and make sure that we're not rushing it so we can have a complete view. But I certainly wouldn't want to hold up something like item 17, that it has impact throughout the city for potentially, 4 to 6 months with 30-day delay plus a 3 to 6 month RFP process. From a safety perspective, I would want us to move forward, but it was simultaneously going back and looking at our policy and looking at how we can address when there are change orders at certain thresholds. So that's what I'd be an advocate for.
All
Thank
right,
you.
so we have a motion on the
Can I just
floor.
respond?
And I'm sorry, I think you've already spoken to the motion.
Okay, can I respond then? I understand that, but from a transparency and almost ethical perspective, it feels like you can't do that from a transparency perspective. But if we don't have a policy surrounding it, that's fine. But as a public sector, when you issue an RFP for a certain amount, to increase it that much without allowing an opportunity, it definitely doesn't feel transparent to me. But if we don't want to delay it, that's fine. I can simply vote against it.
Ms. Watlington, I'm sorry, Mr. Graham has not spoken. Mr. Graham?
No, I'm totally in agreement and alignment in terms of the policy direction, sending it to committee. I think Councilmember Wallington and others are really on to something. The manager has agreed and the mayor to send it to committee. I too believe that it's going to take more than 30 days for us to figure it out. And while we have something already in the process of being installed, I think it just makes good business sense to continue that with the understanding that we know we got work to do to figure out a policy change that is probably needed. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Watlington?
Just one follow-up question in terms of
Ms. Hashmiri?
just in terms of the impact of the project. I know that, of course, any delay to a schedule is delay, but I'm curious about the slack in the schedule, if you will, for my folks over in CDOT, what is the projected critical path?
I would say it's somewhat of a critical path because one of the key components to this contract is maintenance. And maintenance is an ongoing activity that this contractor performs. So it's not, there are specific projects for signal installation, but another key piece to that is the maintenance aspect, where it's the day-to-day, go out and change the bulbs or, reset things in the cabinets.
And so when it comes to the project schedule, right, you're forecasting spending, which is how we got here. When do you anticipate that spending to occur?
The bidding for a new contract would be sometime in 2025. We would likely start that process toward the latter part of this year, just to build in enough time to get that done. So there would be overlap between the bidding of the new contract and while this one's still occurring.
Forgive me, I may be asking it in a way that's not super clear. What I'm seeing here is an additional $2 to $3 million of spend, right? So there are certain projects that are out there, because I don't read this as this is what we need to finish a particular scope. This is additional scope. This is just more lights, more whatever happening across the city. What I'm asking is, this date of council decision is tied to some execution in the future on the project schedule. And I'm wanting to understand, is there slack in that schedule or no?
I do believe I understand the question. The nature of the signal work, there's not a specific project. We don't have a 6-month lead time out for this work. A lot of this is as it comes in. So a new project for a signal installation or a change to a signal may be identified by staff or others at some point in that process, and we may have a backlog of 10, I'm throwing out wild numbers right now, 10 to 15 that we've identified, and that was used to build in this additional capacity in the contract.
Got you. Thank you so much. So it sounds like there's not a direct connection to project delivery and deferring this 3 to however many months. So just so that we're all clear on that, it doesn't feel like it's a one-to-one every day that there's a delay in the project. Just wanted to be clear about that piece. Thanks.
Right. Ms. Ajmira. And then I believe everyone that chose to speak has spoken.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So it may not be one-to-one relationship, but there are over 900 intersections that we are talking about, and I would be concerned about safety of our residents, and could this be setting a precedent that any change that comes in between now to 30 days for any other agenda item, would we be delaying it by 30 days? So I get it. I think we are going to address the issue here through policy. I think it's important from the safety perspective that we don't delay it and don't set a precedent on other items as well that might need council's immediate attention. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, we have a substitute motion on the floor. You've heard the discussion. All in favor of the substitute motion, please raise your hand. The substitute motion. All right. All of those opposed, please raise your hand. All right. So that takes us to the motion, the original motion, to approve the traffic signal installation and maintenance change order on item number 17. All in favor, please raise your hands. All of those opposed? 3 people are opposed. Ms. Mayfield, did you oppose?
Yes.
All right, 4 people. Sorry, I could not see that far. All right, so now we have 18, which is for HVAC, and Ms. Mayfield asked to speak to that.
This one was a simple question. When we get downstairs, we're going to be looking at approving some updated CAP language. I just wanted to verify that these new products, the products that this vendor will be using, will be consistent with our CAP facilities goals, because there have been some changes on the federal level as far as what type of products can be used for repair and or maintenance. So that's what this question is in regards to.
All right.
does this company products meet the new CAP goals that are on our agenda for when we get downstairs?
And yes, ma'am, to confirm, they definitely are. We double confirmed with General Services staff, and thank you.
Thank you. Move to approve
All right,
18.
so we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Ms. Watlington?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I'm happy to see us moving towards this kind of remote BAS system. What does it mean by cooperative purchase contract? I noticed that that was something different, so I just wanted to understand what that meant is all.
So those are, and the city of Charlotte actually has their own as well, that we bid these sometimes for other organizations, especially beneficial to smaller organizations. But this one we're capitalized on. It was a competitive process that we didn't do, but the vendor, in order to get the better volume pricing and things like that, they agreed to offer us the same pricing. So it's a competitive bid, but it's not one the city of Charlotte staff ran.
Gotcha. I love that you said that because I just wanted to put in a plug as we look at policy. To what extent can the city leverage our economies of scale? I know oftentimes we talk about the hardship that small businesses may have when it comes to material purchasing, and we know we're going to purchase a certain level of materials each year across the enterprise. And so to the extent that we can operate in a way, in a manner similar to this, so that we can balance out that, that pricing disparity, that I think that's an opportunity. Thanks.
All right. Do we have a motion from Ms. Mayfield and a second, I believe? And so all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, so the next item on our agenda is the General Contractor Services, item 19. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve?
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. All right, any discussion?
Yep, I just wanted to, I pulled this one because I had the question about the CBI open-ended or CBI goals for open-ended contracts, so just wanted to lift that up. I know that we spoke about it a little bit earlier, but thank you.
Okay. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just for clarification, that was a question that I sent to Maria as well. What I wanted to find out for 19 is, will the projects be brought back to council prior to payment and after CBI review? Because again, we have shared, and this is not the first time, and when we had retreat wasn't the first time that we've shared concerns regarding how we're growing MWSBEs, but I do want to thank the manager and the manager's office for the work that we have put into supporting and lifting up our CBI program, even with the realignment of the report out and reporting directly to the manager's office. But for this, as we're looking at general contracting services, out of these 6, 7 contracts, 5 of them are MBE, SBE certified. We have on here goals were not established. I think if we're going to have a broader conversation, in that conversation, Mr. Manager, I would like for us to look at creating more opportunities like this and stop looking at CBI just as subcontractors. So as we're growing our businesses, if we're doing what we should, and that is, as projects are coming before, and if there is ever a time where it's said, well, we didn't have anyone that fits in that scope, that is CBI's responsibility to help go out and identify those companies to come in. We should be helping those companies get to the point where you can bid and actually receive contract, not just be a sub. So I am happy to see that 5 of the 7 are listed as SBEs or WBEs. Want to dig a little deeper to make sure that we're allocating accordingly, since we're saying the annual aggregate will be around 1.6 million, making sure that we're giving real opportunity, because just like with the other one, almost 5 million, close to $6 million, less than 70,000, that's not helping the business grow if that is our commitment to the community and commitment to the department. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Anyone opposed? All right. Our next item is public auction for disposal of supply.
Mr. Manager, question for you. I would like for us to rethink how we do our public auctions. So when I went through the list, on one particular item, we have a 2024 Transit 250 cargo van that has about 40,000 miles on it. One, I'm trying to understand why we have a 2020 vehicle with only 40,000 miles in the surplus. But outside of that, we have nonprofits that we fund, that we have supported in the community, that have reached out to council members and/or your office seeking guidance on getting access to buses, access to vans, different things. For that one particular item, P. Paul, D. David, A. Apple, 856, 2024 Transit 250 cargo van that has 40,205 miles on it and has not been in a wreck. I want to ask you if we can pull that out. Council Member Graham and I had the opportunity to attend a community celebration this past weekend, a grand opening of one of our partners, and we had a chance to have a discussion regarding transportation. Because we fund a lot of our nonprofits, one of their challenges is actually connecting with the community who don't have private transportation or not easily accessible to public transportation, being able to help transport them around. So what I'm asking for my colleagues to support this evening and for you to see opportunity in is to pull out this one. I'm not going to have us go through all, but to have a broader conversation that makes its way to committee, and I believe that it will come into Housing and Neighborhood Services when we think about who the opportunity and the partners, to rethink how we do our auctions, to see if there's some opportunities that if we have no low mileage vehicles that are in good condition, working with our partners before putting them to this public auction space.
I have no problem with that.
Thank you, yes, and there'd be different state requirements, but it is something we can definitely look at.
So I just heard you said no problem, so I need us to be very clear that in those minutes, I just said I wanted to pull out PDA 856-2020 Ford Transit 250 cargo van that has 40,205 miles on it. That's on page 3. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on item number 20? All right. Do I have a motion to?
So for clarification, and my apologies, Tart, for clarification, Mr. Attorney, I'm going to make an amendment. I'm going to make a motion to approve with the amendment that I suggested to pull out PDA 856-2024 Transit 250.
As long as everybody understands that motion, that would be the motion on the floor.
So you're making a substitute?
Not a substitute.
It's not.
That's the motion.
That's
You
the
wanna make the
motion.
amendment.
The motion is to approve with the amendment that I added to pull out PDA 856-2024 Transit 250 cargo van that's 40,205 miles.
Okay. You have an amendment to the motion and a second. Okay? All right. I think we're at a point where we can vote now, correct?
Discussion.
Mr. McCarty?
It's a noble cause, obviously, but this is, if we take it out, we're essentially taking money out of the general fund that would have come back in. So essentially what we're doing is making a one-off decision on providing resources outside of our financial partners' timing and all those things. And I'm just saying, it's a fine, noble idea, but it seems to me not something we pull out of a consent agenda. It's something we put a macro policy and process in place to ultimately do those things and help, because who's getting this vehicle? How does this work? What money coming back in is being diverted away from what would have been used for it through the auction? So I have more questions than I have answers, and I'm just, I'm uncomfortable with.
Hold on.
I want to do a check, because I think I recall once that we had, and Mr. Jones, we had a request from JCSU to provide police cars that were pulled out of the system. And if, I don't remember how we actually made a result of that. And Brent, do you recall?
Yes,
Have we
we-
done this before?
We have for, as you mentioned, for police vehicles to other governmental or university-type organizations. I'm not sure about nonprofits, but we definitely have to Johnson C. Smith, as you mentioned.
I think, I don't know if this is something we ought to look up and see who we can donate to, or who would have to pay. Mr. Jones, if you recall.
Yeah, well, both Phil and Brent have entered the room, so let's see. This must be specific to their area, so let's address this. Yeah.
Mayor, members of council, good evening. Brent Cagle, interim CEO, CATS. The vehicle in question that Ms. Mayfield is asking about is actually a CATS vehicle. We would be happy to pull it from the surplus auction. To answer your question, are there occasions when we would donate vehicles rather than send them to auction? Yes. Those donated vehicles would come before City Council before we would do that. In fact, we did that recently, I believe in October, November, or December. Time flies. I'm on CAT's time. For a vehicle that we donated to Roof Above, we actually are talking about making some donations to another nonprofit, or a donation to another nonprofit. Why the vehicle would come up for surplus, it's in very good shape, but it is nearing or at the end of its federal useful life. And what we are seeing with those types of vehicles is we have more fleet than we need, which creates cost of maintaining the vehicles if they just sit inactive. And clearly, this vehicle with its age and mileage, it is not being utilized. So, but we would be happy to remove that from the surplus list because there are nonprofits that support city as well as CATS or transit objectives that we would make recommendations for donations.
Thank you very much for that explanation.
I just want to say, I agree with Mr. Bakari. You run the risk of initiating this haphazard process where, hey, this is a good organization, why don't we give them a truck? I just think we need to have a little bit more organization around that. We have a financial partners program. I would suggest that in furtherance of that idea, we sell the truck to the nonprofit at the kind of low price that it would realize in an auction so that that opportunity isn't wasted, but it's not a gift. Once you make it a gift, you're starting a whole new chapter.
All right. Ms. Molina.
Mr. Graham.
Followed by Ms. Molina.
I thank Brent for coming forward and kind of articulating what we've done in the past. Obviously, there needs to be some structure to it, but I think once we take it to committee, I think you heard something like that, then I think once you hear the story, I won't go over here, that it'll make sense to a number of the council members.
Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And actually, that's what I'm alluding to. First of all, I want to say that I'm not in disagreement with the need for there being some kind of structure from a policy perspective if it's not existing, right? I don't want to pretend that I already know that there is one that's, it could have been adopted by a previous council that authorized the, city to operate under whatever rules are being operated by up until this point. But I'm uncomfortable doing this on a item by item basis because it's really not, we are a policy-making body. And I feel like I'm hoping that these conversations that we're having right now, which are good. Some of the points are really good. I hope that it instructs us to take it a step further as the policy-making body that we are, to have the conversations to guide our staff so that they can execute on what we would like to have happen. Because right now, we're acting as staff, and we're not acting as the governance body. And that's why I've been sitting here confused, because I called him the parliamentarian, and I think my head is like out of the game. But like I said, I don't want to sound as though I think that these are, invalid points. I've been a small business owner. I know how hard it is to survive. I got a real soft spot for anybody who has the courage to, erect a business or do it themselves. But I just believe that we have to have a real policy discussion to provide guidance to our staff instead of picking this apart because, somebody's project baseline is attached to some of the decisions that we may make. And we don't even know what would be the rebuttal for, making a one-off decision tonight. So that's what I offer to my colleagues, my very capable colleagues, that we, elevate this to a policy discussion. And maybe, I'm willing to go through this and hear what everyone has saw. Maybe there's something I didn't see, but I'm hoping that we'll have the discussion to guide our staff so that they can, provide the autonomous service without us being so hands-on, because that's not what our body is designed for. That's all I have.
All right. I believe now we have a motion on the floor. Mayor Pro Tem, the motion?
Yes, sir, we have the motion on the floor to approve item number 20 with an amendment to withdraw
And it was second.
Yes, it was. I'm just repeating it. To withdraw the particular vehicle that Ms. Mayfield outlined, and it is captured in the notes. So I believe we're ready to vote.
All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All opposed? 4. I believe there were 4.
That was 5.
I'm sorry. All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I'm going to go for the process. I often hear from people that I'm process-oriented. I believe in this case, process is determined. I don't care whether or not there will always be equipment available. So once we have a process in place and make a decision on how to get it done, or how to give it away, or how to sell it, whatever the council's policy turns out to be, I think that is better structure for what we need to accomplish. Okay,
So you're officially a no vote?
I am officially a no vote, so, yes.
Move to approve the original agenda item.
All right, we have a motion to approve item 20. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone?
I just have a comment. I was supposed to speak. We already have financial partner referral to our committee, so this could be discussed as part of that process. That will be at our next meeting, committee meeting, that's in 10 days. So
We'll do our best, okay? All right, so.
What does that mean? We'll
What?
do our best. That means
We'll do our best to get a definition out, but her meeting is this week. I mean, we've got a bunch of stuff that's coming out,
I get
so.
it. But I
okay.
think it's a conversation worth having, because I think it meets some of the general goals of what we're trying to achieve as a council. And so I would love to have that conversation in committee.
Right.
Okay.
She's got,
I just wanted to make sure that.
She has the referral already. I think this
referral
fits
for the-
nicely in the scope. I
Oh.
think we can talk about it.
Okay.
right, we already have the referral. The question is about the equipment, I think, and presenting the information about how do you value equipment and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so Mr. Bakari? Okay. All right, so that motion passes. So the next item that we have is tree 21, which is tree maintenance and removal service, Ms. Mayfield.
What was CBI's involvement in the outreach for this contract? We only have 2 registered vendors that are being included.
So yes, ma'am, thank you for that question. So CBI maintains the list and does outreach and works with the procurement lead in this case. And they queried all the available vendors and reached out to 75 firms on this one in particular. But specific to MBEs, we only had the one Spikes out, the one that actually responded.
Thank you.
All right, is there a motion for approval of item 21, tree maintenance and removal services?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? All right, that's an item. Item 22, electrical equipment parts. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, the next item is item 23, Industrial Protective Coatings Maintenance and Concrete Repair Services. Do we have a motion?
So moved?
Do we have a second? Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, the next item is item 24, Water Main Replacement Construction. Do we have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Mayfield?
For clarification, is this $13 million request in addition to the previously approved over $11 million request, therefore having a grand total of $25 million on this project, of which only $1.4 million of this is actually allocated through our CBI program? I'm just trying to
Yes,
catch these
ma'am. No,
numbers.
for clarification, the portion you see listed on your RCA is just for this amendment. So if you look at the three, this is the third one coming before you. If you add them up, it's roughly 2.9 million,
Okay, so we have.
including this one before you tonight, excuse me.
Repeat that, Maria?
Okay, so there was one that was 11% gold, and then there was one that was like a 17% gold, and then this one is almost 11% gold. So the reference you're asking, or sorry, I don't have this one pulled up in front of me. The amount, the 1.45 million is specific to this amount before you tonight, not
But am
the
I
whole
correct that
contract.
we're looking at a total of a $25 million project?
Right,
when
with
it's all added
2.9
up?
participation for the whole project.
And a 2.9% participation for the total project, which now is totaling $25 million.
Correct. And then, remember, it's
Or-
different scopes, because it was the design, then the design construction. But yes, you're correct.
So for the request tonight of the $13,198,000, the commitment is $1.5 million. But again, in totality, we're looking at $25 million. Manager, this goes back to the earlier discussion as far as how are we utilizing our CBI program, but also the question of if we had a bid process, the lowest responsive bid, because actually, according to language from members in the North Carolina General Assembly, we don't have to go with the lowest responsive bid. Because if we're tracking, and here's the question, if we can do a tracking mechanism, because if 2 or 3 amendments come in, and if that amount then exceeds a responsive bid that may have included the scope that was actually a little more accurate to the actual cost of services as well as pay, giving us an opportunity to really investigate that more, because again, between 2 or 3 amendments, if that has then gone over other bids that we said you weren't the lowest responsive bidder, how effective are we staying with the lowest responsive bidder? And understanding that, do we have an opportunity to look at the totality of the bid when it comes to our CBI program versus each individual amendment that comes in and saying, with that piece, here's our CBI goal?
Ms. Charles, did you want to address this item?
Good evening, Mayor and Council and Manager. Angela Charles, Director of Charlotte Water. This project was implemented in phases. So when I heard the word amendment, we broke this is Hidden Valley. So we broke the project up into phases, and then for each phase, we have a CBI component. So it's not like we went in and said, okay, let's add on. We planned because of budget to implement it that way instead of doing it in totality.
So, Ms. Charles,
Yeah.
just for clarification, and thank you for that piece, when we move up to, for me, the this is going to be a 5-phase project. So even though we have noted on here that this is phase 2,
Right.
phase 2 of 4, phase 2 of 5, and identifying, because again, looking at the totality of from design to
Correct.
phase 1 to now phase 2, at the end of the day, still what we're approving is for RH Price. Their bottom line is this. And here's our opportunities through our CBI program, and are we making sure that we're keeping it as accessible of an opportunity as possible, and whether or not we can break it out more to create more opportunity.
Sure. So you want that clarification on?
And my
on the-
colleagues might not.
On
It would
the
be helpful to send me that
RCA,
note.
yeah. Well, just for, this will be the last phase. We're going to finish up Hidden Valley with this phase. Yeah, because it's been a long time.
Yep.
Coming here, and again, we get it. I just wanted to make sure that you knew this isn't a case where we just decided, well, we're just going to amend something. From the beginning, we decided to do the project in phases for control and for budgeting. And so that's why we have separate phases coming before council on projects such as this.
Thank you, Ms. Charles.
Thank you so much.
All right, do we have a motion to approve the water main replacement construction? So moved. We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Thank you. We have an action review, and we have guests that have come to address the items that we have. So I'm going to move to our action review agenda, which is the municipal service district update as well as a home for all update. Then we will come back and go to the chamber for the quorum, and then we will take the remaining operating decisions on the consent agenda at the end of our agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and recognize the manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So we do have tonight on the action review 2 of your 3 MSD updates. And so I think Adam and Keith have arm wrestled in some kind of way. Adam won. So we'll have Adam Rude come up and talk a bit about South Park.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Mayor, members of council, great to see you and offer an update on our work. Thanks for the partnership that we enjoy with you and with staff. As you all know, but just as a reminder, South Park is the newest of the city's municipal service districts. Council authorized the MSD in South Park in the spring of 2022, and we began operating at the beginning of FY23. The South Park MSD is 1 square mile. It's signified by the light bluish gray on your map there, and it represents really the true commercial core of South Park. Our team focuses every day on creating vibrant places and dynamic communities so that South Park continues to fulfill its promise as an economic engine for the entire Charlotte region. Quickly, just a reminder of South Park's strength as a submarket. It is a strong and growing submarket, $1 billion of new development in the pipeline, worker foot traffic at 88% of pre-pandemic levels, and more than 18 million non-work visits last year. Within the MSD, there are 32,000 workers, 4 Fortune 1000 headquarters. Our workforce in South Park lives in every zip code in Mecklenburg County, and roughly half of our workers live more than 7 miles outside the MSD. South Park, as you know, has a well-established record as a regional destination for shopping and dining. We're particularly proud of the fact that South Park is a sought-after destination both for global brands that want to plant the flag in Charlotte and the Carolinas, but also for our local entrepreneurs that want to start, scale, and really grow their businesses. Since our organization was established 2 years ago, our full-time team of 3 has focused on building those vibrant places and dynamic communities, starting with developing a district brand, implementing marketing and communications tools, and programming to connect the business community. That takes the shape of a number of things, including our free concert series, South Park After 5. Last year, it drew 25,000 people to Symphony Park for free after-work live music and food. This year's season kicked off last Thursday. We had a great concert at Symphony Park, almost 3,000 people. We'll do 5 more concerts over the spring series and then bring that back again in the fall. Last year, we also launched the South Park Holiday Hop. This was an initiative designed to drive deeper connectivity to our small business community during the holiday shopping season. The 2023 Holiday Hop drove a 10% year-over-year increase in visits within the MSD, a 13% increase year-over-year in visit length compared to the same period in 2022. And you can see our South Park Shuttle. This was a little pilot program we ran over a period of time during the Holiday Hop last winter. We ran this microtransit service over 4 days, gave 150 free rides in South Park, and that was a little bit of a test case for some of what we shared last week with the South Park Vision Plan about the potential for shuttle service in South Park to get people moving and empower mobility in different ways. We're also focused, as we've shared with you before, on implementing the Loop. This is a 3-mile urban trail that links those different destinations in South Park, unlocking new amenities like open space and public art. As you'll remember, this is a project born out of the CNIP program and has a ton of support from our residential stakeholders that envelop the commercial core. The Loop, you can see the alignment there is 8% constructed today. There's another 17% that's committed and in various stages of progress, many of which has come before you through rezonings. And we continue to be committed to implementing the Loop and building the entire thing as part of our South Park Forward 2035 Vision Plan. It was so great to see several of you, Mayor Lyles, Councilman Bakari, thank you for participating in the launch event on the stage last week. Building the Loop is one of those catalyst programs, catalyst projects in this vision plan as we think about knitting South Park together, stitching together those patches into a more complete quilt. The vision plan articulates the community's vision for a more cohesive South Park. It's a walkable, energetic community where people connect and businesses thrive. You have copies of the executive summary of that report in front of you. The plan calls for more than 60 projects focused on public space, walkability, and mobility innovation. It's $250 million in projects that the public, private, and some combination thereof can complete over the next decade. And I'm really proud that our organization has committed $1 million over the next 3 years to accelerate implementation, to find projects that we can fulfill on our own using the MSD resources that we have, and to begin to be the first money in to show that we're serious about this plan and the vision that the community has articulated for South Park. I just want to briefly touch on a couple of things related to the plan. One, this is the community's vision for South Park. This is a plan that was born out of more than 500 touch points with the community, a variety of focus groups and listening sessions. We tried to start with our stakeholders and keep them centered in the process. We had great input from city staff, and I just want to commend the relationship that we have with staff and the partnership that has informed both this plan as well as our annual program of work. We've got a great cross-departmental team of city staff that we meet with regularly, and that has been really key for our relationship in engaging staff. And we're eager to work with you and with other partners in the public sector to bring this plan to life, and we'll obviously be back in front of you with projects when it's appropriate to do so. But for now, we're excited about this community-driven vision for a more walkable, energetic South Park, and we know we've got some hard work to do to begin to implement it, but are excited about the opportunity to steward this district into the next decade. Quickly, the QR code on the screen takes you to our South Park snapshot. That's our data report, our submarket report that's full of some of the insights that I shared with you tonight. And with that, I'd be delighted to take your questions.
All right, so Mr. Graham and Mayor Pro Tem were at the event as well. And are there questions for Adam? Okay.
Hey, Adam, thank you for all the work that you've done. And I shared this with Mr. Bakari as well, but the level of insight and vision that is in the big book. You passed out the small book, but I grabbed one of the big books before I left, because I think the devil is in the details. And I've had a chance to peruse through it over the last few days. And I just want to commend you on the intentionality of continuing to uplift the South Park corridor and having a vision for how it can come together to enhance the overall community. So looking forward to working with you and, of course, keeping updated with Mr. Bakari, but great work, really good work.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I certainly echo Councilmember Anderson's remarks. Great partnership, Adam. It's just been a year or two since South Park Partners was established, and in 2 years you have a vision. Certainly that speaks a volume to your leadership and to the entire board. I had an opportunity to read about the vision plan, and I certainly appreciate how walkable neighborhoods are and interconnected, where we are trying to also use other modes of transportation that aligns with our overall city's vision. So certainly commendable. And we've certainly enjoyed going to Symphony Park for free concerts. And you'll probably see us over the next couple of weeks. But thank you for your leadership.
I hope we do. Thanks, Councilmember.
All right, Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. My question may not even necessarily be for you, Adam, but it may be for our development staff. I'm just curious, as I look at the loop, and that is definitely an exciting addition to South Park, I'm curious as to, when we talk about a catalyst, how much land is available there for development as it relates to housing or additional office space or anything of that nature? How are you linking the economic development component to the loop? Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
It does, and it's probably a longer answer than I can give in the amount of time that I have left, but we do have some analysis in the big book, the full vision plan, which we're happy to get to you, that looks at opportunities for developable land in the commercial core.
Perfect, that'd be great.
Happy to follow up with you on that.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Hearing none, thank you very much, Adam.
Thanks for the opportunity.
I know, and now we'll ask Keith Stanley to come up on the University City. No, I think you're batting better than that, Keith.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, for the opportunity to be here. I'm going to hop right on into the slides when they appear. While we're doing that, we do have some board members here and some staff. I know we have Liz Babson on our board, also Councilmember Renee Johnson, and we do have some of our staff members here. If you can stand real quick, Janelle, Janet, and Drew, thank you. Thank you for coming. I want to just start off saying, prior to my start, I want to thank the council for your work in bringing a lot of these projects that I'm highlighting today together. Meeting many of the projects highlighted in this presentation, you have been instrumental in bringing to fruition, and your leadership and partnership is key to the work that we're doing.
Do you have a deck?
Mm-hmm. I did send it.
Believe the manager's not going to help you on
Exactly. Come on.
We do have your slide deck in hand as we
No
work to
problem.
get it pulled up. If you want to start to speak to the slides and just
Makes
call out
total
the number,
sense.
the slide number that you're speaking to.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Real quickly, I'd go into a couple of the highlights that I want to present for this past year. One being just the new staff, and I highlight the new staff. Oh,
Awesome.
yes.
Under your book,
Thank you. A couple of highlights for just this year, I think there are really some headlines, I would say, is the new staff. We have our staff that's really covering our major areas: economic development, connectivity, mobility, engagements, partnerships, and operational planning. We also leaned in on our signature events, really making sure that University City is a place where people can have fun, free events. And then our small business initiative, working closely with the council members and working with the city manager, we've been able to really engage our small businesses. A couple additional highlights that I'm proud of is really the commitment to safety and security. We convene our safety committee meetings. We also have been able to install 9 flock license reading cameras within University City, reporting over 200 code violations, and contracting with Phoenix Landscaping to keep our streets clean within University City. We're guided by 3 areas: the vision plan, our 2021 vision plan, our University City Partners mission and vision, and then our performance objectives, which aligns with what's been aligned with the council. University works to guide our vision plan 2021 with our mission and vision and performance objectives aligned by the council. These 3 areas align with our organizations on economic vitality for all. We're going to discuss now some of those accomplishments. The one I want to focus on is number 1 in regards to the $1 billion investment made by many for the Blue Line extension and development that's occurring along North Tryon. We're really excited about this opportunity, what has happened. We've seen over 30 projects throughout North Tryon, covering about 114 acres. 15 of them being in a quarter mile of the Blue Line extension. That includes 754 affordable housings, 336 hotel rooms, 1.2 million non-residential square feet, and $2.9 billion in projected value. UCP is working closely with Parks and Recs to activate the Greenway with programming and providing funding to support native plant life. We're also looking at connectivity, mobility, arts, and culture. Let's go a little bit further with that. UCP is glad to be a part of the work around J.W. Clay Boulevard redesign. This $11.5 million project was awarded earlier this year. This project will support bike lanes, cycle tracks, a multi-use path, grading, stormage, drainage, concrete sidewalks, ramps, striping, curb, and much, much more. Projects will be completed in Q1 of 2027. Another community activation which we are really excited about too is the improvement on University City, the Triangle Project, where 29 and 49 meet. You can see that work actually today. If you go out there, they're planting. At the intersection of 29 and 49 are Tryon and University City Boulevard as a NCDOT-owned land that we partner with the city to keep clean, maintain, and plant beautiful, welcoming mat, which includes a landscaping berm, native grass, evergreens, and mulch. Again, around our vision, when it comes to our mission and vision, we're supporting economic vitality for all, promoting University City as not only a place, but a city brand that is unique with businesses like, small business like Tax and Tea, the Ice Cream Shop 90s, and the Carolinas only IKEA and PXG. As I mentioned earlier, part of the vibrancy is activation with our signature events, but also supporting other UC events like the famous Toastery Bowl we had earlier this year and the Queen City Arts Festival led by Mr. Tommy Nichols. We're also focused on supporting development that increases density and around our major corridors, bringing updated community amenities like the University City Library coming in 2025. When it comes to the vibrancy of our community, as we speak about vibrant communities, University City highlights our achievements at our annual meetings with community stakeholders. The novel presented by Crescent Community is one of those developments that highlights our vibrancy. These items also are highlighted in our annual report, which includes the farmers market and many more of these cultural events that we have, and as far as our signature events is concerned. Talking about our signature events, you see a list of them there. We host 7 signature events, one program aimed at small businesses. These events are reflective of the diversity of our community and promote tradition. These events also give space and place for students, families, renters, homeowners, and many of the people that make up University City. And most of our signature events are free. You can see a couple there. We're getting ready, gearing up for Juneteenth Arts Festival. Had a great time at the Charlotte Kids Fest, and we're making those events really so we can create space and place within University City. When it comes to our performance objectives, there's a lot there. For our workforce, we focus on small business. We are the organizational lead for advocating for growth that is responsible and adds to quality of life that University City provides. We convene safety leaders of the UCP safety meetings, having conversations around issues that impact all of us, including partnering with CMPD and other anchor institutions. In the area of transportation development, we support some of the following projects. We currently are working on a wayfinding project to support the branding of University City and allow for better traffic flow. We're also revisiting what University Research Park looks like as far as our future, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. We're also advocating for infrastructure projects that support our growing neighborhoods. Lastly, University City is proud to be a well-managed organization. Clean audits, strong brand policies, and we'll get a little bit more about that later. New businesses opening, including the coffee shop we're pretty excited about, Mike's Vegan, if you've been out there. UCP is embracing our small business in this area, and that's important to us. We're hosting several events at the Real African Art Gallery, and we're promoting our business not just on social, online, or media, but also on print and radio, and working even on podcasts to make sure our businesses are promoted. In the area of transportation development, we're pretty excited about the I-85 North Bridge, which would be a major connector for UNC Charlotte and University Research Park. This $30 million project will include aesthetics components, including lettering, crown logos, pedestrian lighting that's important and adds more character to University City. Another project that we're also looking forward to is also the $1.5 million W.T. Harris Infrastructure Light Project. This project, from my understanding, we hear is the largest ever as far as street lights along W.T. Harris, starting from Mount Holly, Huntersville Road, all the way to I-85 North Ramp, a distance of approximately 8 miles. When it comes to safe and clean communities, as mentioned earlier, we're partnering with CMPD on working to improve safety in the city. UCP has promoted several events around safety. We educate community stakeholders on how to use 311 and using video and social media. We're also glad to work closely with NCDOT on the city on the truck parking issue. I want to thank Councilmember Graham for his work on that. We support our truckers and understand their need and their value. At the same time, we know there's issues around safety, cleanliness around our intersections and our entrance and exit ramps on our interstates. I want to thank, and a part of that is also the better regulations, signage, and now an app that we're pretty excited about having to get that out to our community, how they can use that app to solve this problem. When it comes to governments, I mentioned clean audits, strong policies, engage an informed board, best practices that we follow as far as nonprofit management and MSD and business improvement district management, and increasing diverse voices and representation. And that's important to us. We have residents, homeowners, anchors, and businesses of all sizes on our board. University Research Park is a major asset for us. Just want to spend a few minutes to talk about that. University City Partners sees University Research Park as a major asset, not just for University City, but for Charlotte and the region, specifically in the areas of innovation, research, and prototype manufacturing. This is a partnership, of course, with our great institution, UNC Charlotte. Our vision is more flexibility, marketability, as we work with city representatives and welcome our latest and greatest announcement, Vanguard. Speaking of Vanguard, we're excited to welcome this financial powerhouse to University City. We're thankful for all those who played a role in making this happen. This announcement will impact office vacancy rates in University City from 24% to 18%, 6% decrease. And that's from CoStar. We've seen numbers even higher than that, and we're looking forward to partnering with leadership with Vanguard. The Small Business Initiative has taken off with the support of the city. I want to thank the city manager for helping us get that grant together, $236,000 grant, and of course, Councilmember Johnson for the advocacy. UCP is attempting to engage over 4,700 businesses in University City. It is quite the task. We have online engagement, in-person engagement. We're emailing, mailing, knocking on doors to offer resources in marketing, promotions, advertising, in addition to having a completed survey to understand their needs. Postcards went out to these businesses early March. We're going to follow up again with another postcard. We've already identified 10 businesses that need our support. And what we're hearing from these businesses is really about promotions and marketing. Yes, we have businesses who are closing and they don't have the business acumen, and we're supporting them with that. Up there is an example of Mr. Neville Taylor's. He's in Mallard Point Shopping Center. Just a really good guy. He needed professional service. We got a photographer and resources for him to promote his business. The help behind this, I just want to point out, these are some great people who can help me with this grant. If those of you, I'm sure you're probably familiar, maybe familiar with Pride PR, an amazing firm to help us with some of the marketing efforts along with white label management. They actually are, with this grant, we were able to hire white label management to train some of our youth from the community to knock on the doors of these businesses. The biggest challenge we have with these businesses, they're throwing away our postcards, they're not listening to our emails, but having people come and knock on the door, that's key. And so we're getting more surveys throughout that way. And I promise I'm almost finished. This, as we wrap this up, I want to highlight just our partnerships. I mentioned the CMPD already. I do want to talk about UNC Charlotte. We're leaning in on our homecoming, working with them more as far as vision strategy and safety strategies. We have a robust internship with UNC Charlotte. We're also welcoming our University City Library coming up in, I believe, Q2, Q3 of next year. We're with the library. We're working on arts and culture with events like the Juneteenth Festival. And we're promoting. We're promoting our local artists within our community. You may have heard about our Spoken City podcast with some great people that you may know up there. Also, a number of art installations going around the Barton Creek entranceway. Also wanted to highlight a few other partnerships that's not listed there. Hidden Valley, Mayfield Memorial CDC, Newell Elementary, and Classroom Central. With that, that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of things. Just first, listening to both MSDs, I'm pleased to see how each of you are leveraging your unique strengths in your area. So that's exciting to think about how each area can offer something different and unique for the city. I did have a couple of questions. The first question, you answered my piece about the cultural component, because I was very interested in understanding that, because one of the things that I noticed if I'm comparing and contrasting the two is, and Adam, heads up, I'm probably going to ask you a question here, so you may want to make your way over. As I'm comparing and contrasting the two, it seems that there is a particular focus on small business support in UCP, whereas the sense that I'm getting, and definitely I know that this was just a quick overview, the sense that I'm getting on South Park is that it's a little bit more scaled, like a little bit more focused on regional, I don't want to say tourism, but recognizing that South Park is a particular tourist destination for the region. I want to understand, as you think about, Keith, UCP, beyond the regional play when it comes to Research Park, how are you thinking about the future of University City as it relates to tourism? And so if y'all could maybe compare and contrast the two, I'd appreciate it.
I would say quickly, I think for us, really, we wanted to focus in, working with the board, we really wanted to focus in on our small business. We have so many of them. We have over 25 retail centers within University City. So there was coming in this first year, there was a value add in us really trying to solidify working with our small businesses. When it comes to the University City and sub-market, we're robust when it comes to hotel and tourism. We have over 30 hotel properties, over 6,400 hotel beds. We hosted, like I said, the famous Toastery Bowl. We are leaning in and working with our hotels to understand their needs and how do we, once again, bring the community together and then market that. Also, I don't want to discount UNC Charlotte. The major asset for us, and so they have the Marriott and some other assets. How do we lean in on that? And how do we really make sure that it's economic vitality for all and we're able to see revenues generated when they have big events and the homecoming? You may have saw up there, we lean into their homecoming. We make sure the lake is activated around the homecoming time so people can come to Boardwalk Billy's and go to Dave, Paddleboat Dave's. So we do see a value in the hotel and tourism. I think this first couple of years, though, we really want to make sure, and it really speaks to the discussion you guys were actually having earlier, we want to bring in our businesses. There are so many businesses, and we had a number that didn't make it. The University City Axe House didn't make it. We had a black-owned bookstore that didn't make it. And so we're trying to lean in on some of those businesses. What do you need? Because as we grow and as we bring in big companies, how do we then pair together? So I think that's where our focus is.
And on the flip side, Adam, can you maybe speak to how you all are leaning into that piece now? And then what is your plan for small business? And is there a play similar to what Keith is really leaning in on as far as small business inclusion?
Yeah, great question, and thanks for the opportunity. One of the things that we know in South Park is that it is a regional destination for shopping and dining, and serves that purpose for, not only Charlotte, but truly for the region. And so we want to continue to ensure that we're strong on that front, that we are attracting people. We are the premier shopping destination between Washington and Atlanta, and so playing that role for our community is really important. But what I would say is that part of the reason that South Park's able to do that is that about a third of our consumer-facing businesses in South Park are locally owned small businesses. And so we know that those businesses need to thrive in order to play the role that they need to play to support our visitor economy. So thinking about places like a Jesse Brown's Outdoors that is, a shopping destination for people from the region who are fly fishermen, who do that as a sport. That's where they go to get their gear. And so those small businesses are an important part of the play. And I think as we think of the Charlotte region, and a place where our small businesses can start and scale and continue to thrive. So we're thinking about both of them, and certainly our team every day is focused on those smaller businesses that don't have the resources of a major fashion brand.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And then as it relates to the neighborhood piece, I really like, Keith, what you were sharing in regards to your partnerships with the neighborhood. I'm just curious, again, compare and contrast the local neighborhood participation.
Yeah, so we have great partnerships with SPAN, the South Park Association of Neighborhoods, which represents 43 residential neighborhoods that encircle the commercial core. They were a big part of the process in creating the vision plan, and we've already got a list of a couple of things that we're excited to work on together. There's a real symbiotic relationship between those residents and obviously the small businesses that depend on them in the commercial core.
Thank you, Adam. My last couple questions are for Keith. I appreciate you jumping in just to compare and contrast the two. Keith, you mentioned specifically about trying to leverage the local businesses and really engaging them on a door-to-door standpoint. I just want to make sure that I'm thinking about this right. Are these businesses that are already opted in to the MSD by virtue of paying additional taxes, and now it's just a matter of, hey, you're already a part, how do we get you to see the value in it?
Councilmember, that's exactly right. So our goal is working with White Label and working with Pride PR. We outlined our MSD, which is a little bit under 8 square miles. And we said, let's go to these businesses door to door. We knew that sometimes people they're busy. They're not going to answer the postcard. They're not going to return the postcard. And they're not going to their emails. We work closely with the Alliance and a few others to get some email list, and that doesn't happen. So we focus in on that boundary of the businesses that are, like you mentioned, paying the higher tax or paying the higher rent that in addition pays the higher tax.
Fabulous. And then lastly, the university. You spoke a little bit to really leveraging them not only as a destination for tourism and that kind of thing, but how do you think the university and that student population in particular and the talent that is coming out of there, what role do you think the MSD may be able to play in really just bringing that to bear in the community?
We see some tremendous asset with UNC Charlotte as a talent pipeline. So in the work that was done prior to my tenure of bringing development and bringing businesses in, that is a key selling point, that you have these 30,000 students that people can tap into. So whether it's our large, we have over 20 Fortune 1000 companies within University City, mostly in URP. Understanding that they can tap into that talent pipeline is important. Us working closely and having conversations with UNC Charlotte and the administrators, so when we're out selling University City, that we can include that. Not only that, we're including that we got cheaper parking in many parts of Charlotte, and there's just a number of assets that we're trying to lean into, and UNC Charlotte is a major part of that.
Awesome. Thank you, Keith. You've done a phenomenal job since you've come on board. I love to see the work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Keith, I just want to thank you for your leadership over the University City Partners. University City is where I live, resident for 30 years, and I can see a lot of the projects you talk about taking fruition. Couple of thoughts and going back, I thought you buried the lead in your presentation, and the lead is Charlotte, UNC Charlotte, right? And the momentum that they could they have done and they can continue to do to kind of boost what's happening in University City. So I look forward to maybe Wednesday for me and you and Betty to get together in Phoenix and just kind of talk about that in terms of branding and marketing and how do we get those students outside of the gates onto the streets, which is it's always been problematic, right? I don't know how we solve that, but I'd love to engage. I've had some conversation with the chancellor about that as well as Betty for sure. So hopefully we can just have a drink together this weekend as we kind of network when we go to Phoenix. But also we can lean more into the racetrack and speedway. We've seen that I've been losing that kind of focus. Especially on race weekends, to kind of activate more in terms of what's happening in University City, and then just the branding and marketing piece with UNC Charlotte. So great job. Would love to help more if I can. Certainly, Councilmember Johnson and I still have some more work to do, Mr. Manager, on the tractor trailer. That continues to be an issue for University City, as well as issues around litter, despite their best efforts. So continue to work with city staff on that, but really enjoy what you're doing over there and look forward to continuing the relationship. Thank you.
I appreciate it. We are definitely looking north, as you mentioned, as we look at the racetrack, look at even PNC Pavilion. How do we just partner with them? That it's a large market, sub-market for us in University City, and leaning into that and getting the students across Tryon and getting across University City Boulevard is going to be key. And so I would definitely look forward to have that conversation. How do we continue to do that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Keith, I certainly appreciate the partnership you also have with the Keith YMCA and the work that you all do together. I worked in Research Park for a number of years prior to serving on council. So in 10 years, area has grown tremendously. If you drive through Research Park, where it has transformed, where we see number of businesses that have been displaced as well as a result of the growth we have seen of multifamily and other developments. So I appreciate what you're doing in terms of the business support. Also, university, to your point, it's a very diverse area. We have a number of immigrant-owned businesses in university area. I know you mentioned about a partnership with the Pride magazine, and I think that's great. I would also encourage you to partner with immigrant-owned publications such as Sati that helps with reaching businesses that are immigrant and refugee-owned in University City areas. A Jamaican restaurant in the same shopping strip where there is African art places. There are a number of Asian-owned restaurants. So we got to make sure we are reaching those businesses. And congratulations on that big site. Certainly that reduces the vacancy rate by a big margin. And I think that's tremendous to have Vanguard at that big employment hub that we have in University Research Park. And it's great to see your new staff here, all of them. Just one last question I have is about any efforts, and you don't have to respond to it today. You can send us a memo later. I know we are running out of time, but any efforts to beautify boardwalk area? Because I know there are a number of projects that are underway, and there is an access where you're not able to access the certain part of boardwalk, which we often visit. I think if you can just talk to us about a plan, because that is an attraction where a lot of families go to for recreation. So how do we beautify that area, and how do we promote businesses there? There is a vacancy rate I have seen that's higher than what it used to be. So certainly, what are the plans around that? So maybe in a follow-up report, if you...
I'm happy to do that. I will address now that we are pretty excited that we've been able to get the blue construction fencing down so you can walk around fully around the lake. However, the lake is a major asset, and we love our 15-acre lake.
Yes.
We're working closely with the library when they do their groundbreaking, or they've done their groundbreaking, but when they move forward with their development. We're also looking forward to work with a new property manager that's handling the shops. We want to need some TLC. I will be the first one to admit, but a part of that is really bringing people around a vision of what that lake has meant for the past 20 plus years.
Yes.
My first 15 months being here, that's people talk about my prom, my wedding, and
Yes.
so we want to make sure we bring that back. So we have some ideas, working close with the Owners Association on how we can really bring it back. And of course, working with UNC Charlotte, we have events in partnership with them, like our homecoming event. We're going to do more. And the majority of our events, our signature events, are hosted around
Yes.
the lake. And so the lake is truly an asset, and we're going to do more.
And I appreciate that you recognize that it is an asset. I think if we can also address cleaning that water, because, you know, we are one of the 15th largest city, and to have a lake that's not clean, I mean, we take great pride in our clean water. So when I see that, when I walk around, if somehow University City Partners can adopt that, because I think we need to preserve the beautification and the natural resources there. So if you could look at that, that would be great. Thank
I'm
you.
sure you just made a couple people on the staff really happy about that. They're excited about
Okay,
getting
great.
into that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to piggyback what everyone else has said. It's an honor to work with you and to be the university representative. I work very closely with Keith, and your commitment to the small businesses. And I know that he's walked, you know, into those small businesses as I have, and, you know, I can call Keith and say, hey, go over here, and he's right on it. So you're doing a phenomenal job. I'll absolutely support Councilmember Ashmira if she wants to increase the funding to University City Partners so that we can make the lake a priority. I think that's a great idea, and I second that motion. Thank you. So thank you, and welcome to the new staff. And I just want to piggyback off the what you talked about, the lake being an asset. All of these festivals, they're wonderful. The Arts Festival, hosted by Tommy Nichols, is getting bigger and bigger. The University City Lights Festival, the lighting of the tree, and it's just our downtown area. So it's an exciting area, and I'm honored to represent it, and I'm honored to work with you. So thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we have almost 100 people downstairs that have been waiting probably about 30 minutes. So I would like to ask if we could at least get 6 people to the dais pretty quickly so that we can open up the public forum. And yes, fine, I've got that. So, and then we also have 2 closed sessions tonight. So we'll be here for a moment. But please, let's try to get 6 people to the dais so that we can begin. afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We often have meetings before this meeting, and often those meetings are very important, and as well as what you're doing tonight, that's very important. So it's always a difficult balance, but please accept any apologies that we have, all of our apologies for the time delay in the meeting. But I promise you, we're working just as hard for the city. We'll work just as hard with you tonight. So I'm going to call this meeting to order, and I'm going to begin with introductions, and we will start with our city attorney.
Good evening, Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, Councilmember at Large.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Good evening and happy Passover. Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Good evening, I'm Vi Lyles, and I serve as mayor.
Good evening. James Mitchell, I serve City Council at large.
Good evening, happy Passover and happy Earth Day. I'm Marjorie Molina. I represent District 5.
Welcome, Dimple Ajmera, serving you as your at-large member, and happy Earth Day.
Good evening, Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
All right. We begin our meeting with an invocation. This invocation is really about to keep us focused on the service that we do provide to you. It also helps us solemnize all of the things that we talk about, to act and treat each other with kindness and civility. And tonight we have Councilmember Molina, who will give our invocation, and immediately following that we will have our Pledge of Allegiance. Now we understand that not everyone chooses to make a decision to join in any kind of effort that we would have around prayer and faith, but and also for the American flag. But we would ask you to stand if you choose. So I'll begin with Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Happy Passover and happy Earth Day. I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the profound teachings of Passover, a time of liberation and renewal. I hope we draw inspiration from these holidays to foster hope within our community. Just as Passover encourages us to embrace the promise of new beginnings, Earth Day invites us to renew our commitment to our planet. It urges us to protect the earth, our shared home, and to cherish and sustain its resources for future generations. Today, let us intertwine the spirits of these observances. May we find the strength to liberate ourselves from indifference, to act with compassion, care for our environment, and pave the way for a future that honors our planet. I hope today inspires us to work together for a healthier, sustainable world for our communities and our city. I pray we proceed with a heart full of love and gratitude, mindfulness of our duties, and the profound opportunity that lies in the convergence of these meaningful celebrations.
Thank you, Ms. Molina. If you choose to stand, we'll have our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'd now like to call on Representative Mitchell for a special note.
Mayor and Council, thank you so much. We have the pleasure of having some honors students from UNC Charlotte who are here for extra credit. So I told them we're going to be on our best behavior this evening as we do the work of the city. So those students are attending. Can you stand and be recognized at this time? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Our next action is our public forum, and on behalf of the entire City Council, I ask that all speakers and audience members be civil and courteous in the use of their language. Neither insults, profanity, gestures, inappropriate behavior to address the council is not really cool, okay? Likewise, audience members should not jeer, applaud, or interrupt speakers. I think everyone knows that everyone wants someone that would respect them, be polite, and listen to each other so that we can make sure that everyone is heard. So if there is any question about how we conduct our public forum, let me just talk a little bit about our protocol. One, if you are a speaker at the podium and in your time, which we give you, which is 2 minutes, because we have over 15 speakers tonight, I will ask you to stop and then ask you to go back to your seat. If you do not stop, you are violating, and this is the hardest part, you are violating GS 143-318.17 and are subject to being escorted out of the meeting chamber and charged with a misdemeanor if you do not follow those rules. So we will now go ahead and we're now going to go ahead and have our public forum. Again, thank you for your patience and what you've been doing. And I have a list of speakers. If you would come down, and please be careful with the steps, we will have our first set of speakers, Jesus De La Torre and Taboo Lounge. If you would come down and speak, you will have 2 minutes each. Do I have the second speaker that I announced?
I'm Gabriel, ma'am.
Gabriel. Sarmiento.
Yes, sorry.
That's me.
Gabriel. So I thought about your name as being what you're talking about. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Please, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jesus De La Torre. I am a member of the Charlotte Running Community and a mobility safety advocate. For starters, I'd like to again thank CMPD. Runners have continued to report higher presence on certain parts of the Greenway while dealing with personnel constraints. However, the events that take place are a reminder why we need to continue talking about it. Since the last time I was here about 2 months ago, there have been at least 4 incidences or attacks on the Greenway, all of which were reported to police officers. Charlotte-Mecklenburg has poured millions into the Greenway system in an effort to expand microtransportation and all of its goals. However, we've heard from runners that they don't feel safe running on the greenways, and instead they'll use sidewalks and streets to do it, which kind of defeats the purpose of the greenways themselves. As far as safety measures go, the city of Mount Holly approved a stretch of greenway to have 5 cameras installed on it as a result of incidents that took place. So is that something that we might be able to look at? With warmer weather rolling in, there's a chance of increased first-time users on the greenway, and with that as well, people that might have to use it, high school cross-country teams that might not be cognizant of the greenway system and their safety needs for that. Our main ask for the future and going forward is for you to help us, help you, help us. We understand that the county commissioners are the ones that primarily are responsible for the greenways and parks and recs, so we are asking for City Council to champion our voice with respect to requests for the Greenway, as well as how we work with Sustained CLT in regards to getting Greenway safety and budgets move forward with them. You can look up more info at runcltrun.com/safety or the Instagram page for RunCLT Run. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sarmiento?
Sarmiento. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, greetings, Mayor and honorable members of the council. Thank you for granting me the privilege to address you today. My purpose here is to discuss pressing concerns regarding the operations of Taboo Lounge, which is located at 710 West Trade Street. This establishment, which serves as a club, hookah bar, and smoke shop, has repeatedly come under scrutiny for seemingly contravening several city ordinances. Firstly, there are issues pertaining to improper advertising practices, illegal parking, safety issues, and violations of noise ordinances. It is imperative that we consider these matters seriously and ensure that our city's legal standards are upheld. Taboo Lounge is located at the bottom level of a condominium and parking garage. Under Charlotte's noise ordinance amplified sound definition, it is defined as the intentional production or participation in producing sound through mechanical or electronic devices that result in unreasonably loud or ruckus noise. It is my lived experience that every weekend from Friday through Sunday, Taboo Lounge operates as a nightclub, playing music at volumes that persist until 2 a.m., which clearly breaches these noise standards, as I claim because I have personally used a decibel measuring device after 11 p.m., achieving readings over 110 consecutively. This problem has persisted for over a year. According to Mecklenburg County procedures, a business can be relieved from a chronic
can be labeled a chronic noise producer that brings with it fines and mitigating steps that the violator must abide by. However, in discussions with Lieutenant Spindler and other sergeants from the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, it was revealed that difficulties in adhering to the procedures for measuring noise levels have prevented effective enforcement against this establishment, or any establishment for that matter. So in conclusion, I urge the council to conduct a thorough investigation into the operations of Taboo Lounge.
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
ma'am.
All right. I think we got the gist of it, the request. Thank you. All right, effective noise control. All right. So our next speaker is Tanika Nicholson and Patrick Madsen. Tanika Nicholson, Patrick Madsen, yes. Is Tanika here? Okay. Amy Dong would be, I'm sorry. I cannot see what that says. Oh, we're going to do that after we have our public hearing. Okay, we'll be okay. All right, thank you. All right, Jennifer Yantz.
Wait, did you do Amy Dong?
Amy's with, is Amy Dong here?
Right here.
Okay, you're, sorry, thank you, first.
Amy Dong.
Yes, please. All right, Mr. Madsen?
Thank you very much. How's everybody doing tonight? Happy Monday. My name is Patrick Madsen. I currently work at UNC Charlotte, so I'm in the university area, and I'm here to talk about the animal care and control. There's two things that I'm asking for. One is it's time for that unit to be a freestanding department unto itself. And the second thing that I'm asking for is funding to help it get new facilities. I've been here a long time. I help students find jobs, and I help companies or convince companies to come to this area. And I can tell you that we got great trees, we got great buildings, we got great roads, we got great people. But one of the things that we don't do very well in this city is funding our animal welfare. And so that's something that we really need to look at. We are number 67 out of 100 in the nation. Raleigh is number 8. Winston-Salem is higher than us. Greensboro is higher than us. The one thing that we are second in the nation of for this state of North Carolina is how many animals we put down in shelters. So last thing I want to say, and then I want to turn it over to others who have other things to say, is it's time. We know this, it's time. We know in our hearts, it's time. So let's get these things going. And I'm happy to show you guys around the shelter whenever you'd want as well. Wear your dog clothes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Dong?
How much time do I have?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Okay, good evening, council members. My name is Amy Dong, and I'm a District 6 resident, and I've lived in Charlotte for 10 years. I'm a devoted mom, a retired Peace Corps volunteer, a former ESL and elementary teacher, a CMS volunteer, a Feeding Charlotte board member, and a Charlotte-Mecklenburg Animal Services volunteer and foster. Today, I come to you with a plea that stems from a journey I unexpectedly embarked upon, but one that has left an indelible mark on my heart, my involvement with the city's animal shelter. I didn't grow up with dogs, and I don't even like them very much. But when my youngest went to kindergarten, I adopted a dog named Charlie, and he's my third child. But in 2022, I heard that dogs in the shelter desperately needed walks. Their simplest needs weren't being met, and so I signed up to become a dog walker volunteer. I had never been to an animal shelter or a prison, and to me, the shelter is like a prison. The moment you walk into the kennel area, it's like an assault on the senses. The stench of urine and feces hits you straight away. The cacophony of crying, barking, and whining dogs fill your ears. The sight of each dog you pass fills your eyes with tears. Your fingertips are damp from the little licks of the pups through the fence. And often, when I'm about to open a kennel door, I have to still my mind, just to drown out the sorrowful cries of the dogs, many who haven't been walked for days. I walked dogs for 4 months, and I became a foster in 2022. I have fostered 10 dogs in 19 months, back to back with almost no breaks. And the influx of dogs is too much for the shelter to keep up with. So in 10 years, I've seen the city explode with people and therefore their companion animals. I love fostering, but I'm exhausted. Tonight, I urge you to consider 2 critical actions: make animal services independent city department, and secondly, invest in a new shelter that is adequately designed and staffed to meet the needs of our growing community.
Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Great job. Yay. That is a true role model. Okay, our next speaker is Jennifer Yance and Caitlin Campbell. Caitlin, sorry. All right, Caitlin.
Jennifer.
Please. Jennifer. Thank you, Ms. Yance.
Okay. City Council, thank you for your time. My name is Jennifer Yance, and I'm here today as a Charlotte resident of 14 years and a passionate advocate for our city's animals and community members. In my years here, I've witnessed the remarkable growth of Charlotte, but I've also seen the challenges that accompany such rapid expansion, particularly when it comes to animal services. I wear many hats at the animal shelter. I'm a foster, dog walker, front desk assistant, and I train new volunteers and lead events. Every day I witness the joys and the heartaches that come with this role. But there's one sight that never fails to haunt me, the image of wheelbarrows full of euthanized animals waiting to enter an incinerator. We're here today to ask for your support and build a better future for our community. We're asking for two crucial actions from this council. First, we urge you to make animal services an independent city department. Secondly, we implore you to revisit the issue of building a new shelter. In 2017, you allocated $70 million for this purpose, only to retract that funding later on. Now, as our city continues to double in size, the need for a modern, well-equipped shelter has never been more urgent. Our current facility is outdated and resembles more of a prison than a safe haven. As a front desk assistant, I have the privilege of interacting with the public. I witness firsthand the heart-wrenching decisions faced by pet guardians who find themselves unable to care for their companions. It's a painful reality, one that often ends in heartbreaking surrenders, and while some may be callous, many are simply facing circumstances beyond their control. The emotional toll of working and volunteering at the shelter is immense. Every day we are confronted with the realities of animal overpopulation and limited resources. It's time we provide animal services with the support it needs to continue this vital work. Thank you for your time and attention to this critical issue.
Thank you very much. All right, Caitlin. Caitlin, thank you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Kelly Campbell. I'm here with my neighbors tonight to register our strong opposition to the proposed landfill in Oakdale. As a reminder, this landfill would be in my backyard, just over my fence line, 50 feet from my one-year-old's bedroom, to hear, see, and taste for the rest of our lives. I now ask those attending who also oppose this landfill to stand if you're able. Council members, we are here to keep this important topic top of mind, knowing some of you thought you had taken care of it before. Unfortunately, the property owners, the Sanders family, continue to work behind closed doors, leveraging people they know from their ongoing city contracts, trying to hide behind an LLC with a new name but the same ownership, working angles at every level of government, such as city courts, county fire marshals, state regulators, and the good old boys network. As a result, this landfill can still become a reality. I want to thank you publicly, City Attorney Baker, for looking into this very secretive legal appeals process earlier this year, wherein Mr. Sanders apparently induced a city employee to directly and effectively win his appeal. Thank you for putting a stop to this misconduct. As you listen to remarks this evening, remember that earlier you and we thought this matter was resolved, put to bed. The ZBA ruled in our favor last year. City Attorney Baker was able to freeze the backdoor appeals process, but here we are again, seriously threatened by a 6-day-a-week functioning dump in our backyard. We're asking tonight that you put formal time on the agenda for this topic. The citizens standing here with us tonight have done things the right way. We have followed the rules to a T. We've asked for full transparency from every level of government. We are the good guys, and yet we continue to meet resistance, excuses, and cover-ups after 2 years. Unfortunately, doing things the right way has gotten us absolutely nowhere. I request and urge you to stand with the citizens, as Councilman Mitchell has, to keep this landfill out of our backyards and out of our city. Please help us stop this landfill.
Thank you. Daniel Campbell and Terry Mace.
Thank you.
Mr. Campbell?
I want to thank you, City Council, for being on the right side of this issue from day one. You cared so much about this that you passed a law in 6 months' time that would prevent a landfill near houses in the future. I wish your attorney cared as much about preventing landfills near houses as you do, but I'm here to speak to you specifically about the variance application for this landfill's entrance. I've printed my initial communication to Attorney Baker to you for reference. The Sanders family applied for a city variance to use Kelly Road for the entrance. During that June ZBA meeting, the city attorney held a private sidebar in the hallway with the ZBA chair, the zoning administrator, and the Sanders attorney. When this case came to the docket, before anyone knew what hit them, the ZBA chair recused himself, but didn't leave the meeting before asking the Sanders attorney more questions. The city attorney then guided all parties through a continuance, citing rules and procedures that were not yet adopted as legal doctrine. Those rules would be adopted later in that June ZBA meeting. Watch the tape. It's on YouTube, 2-hour, 25-minute mark. Noticeably absent from the June 2023 ZBA meeting was Steve Sanders. Although he's probably busy, as Sanders Utility was awarded a $66 million contract from Charlotte Water that same week. Which brings us to the July 2023 ZBA meeting, where even more people turned out in opposition of this variance. The city planning department did not recommend it for approval, and after hearing evidence from both sides, the ZBA eventually voted to deny the variance. The landfill couldn't proceed because they didn't have a permittable entrance. We had won, or so we thought. We learned then in February that a judicial review was heard at the Sanders' request by the County Superior Court, who remanded the variance's denial and ordered the variance to be approved. The city attorney did not inform you, their client, nor the citizens or other elected officials that attended that meeting. This variance was handed to the Sanders against the wishes of the planning department, the opposing citizens, and you. The judge's order leaves more evidence that the city attorney is cited on the petitioner's side than the defendant's side.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. All right, Ms. Mace?
Thank you for your time. Our community has a real concern based on a direct quote from Steve Sanders. 75 trucks, 150 trips a day. I'm going to do some simple math based on this comment. If operating 9 hours a day, 5 days, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., that's 8.33 trucks an hour, or every 7.2 minutes. Standard width of a single axle dump truck is 8 foot 6 inches to 8 foot 7 inches, and a length of 19 foot and 6 inches. So taking Mr. Sanders' comments equate multiple periods of time when 2 dump trucks would be passing on Kelly Road that is only 20 foot wide, leaving a mere 30 inches. This doesn't take into account any dump trucks that are utilizing extended, non-compliant mirrors. Additionally, this also doesn't take into account the slope and curvature of Kelly Road during ascending or descending on that road. Additionally, who will be responsible for keeping Kelly Road clear of debris from trucks that do not have an apron covering? Also, quote, this is from the LCID sitting. Sites should have an adequate access that prohibits traffic from back into public right-of-ways or blocking primary or secondary roads to the site. Based on Mr. Sanders' quote of 75 trucks a day, blocking is exactly what will happen. Ironically, as a resident off Kelly Road since July 1992, Steve Sanders filed numerous complaints against Brewer and Love Grading during the time these landfills were active. Isn't that irony? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Amanda Canup and Lee Ann Cable.
Hi, I want to thank each and every council member for passing the updated UDO so this cannot happen to other neighborhoods. I also want to personally thank Councilman Mitchell. He's been helping us and staying in contact with everyone who has reached out to him since this has all started. I have lived in my home for 14 years, and I chose this area specifically for the quiet and peaceful neighborhood. However, last week, my house was rocked by loud noises between the hours of 5 a.m. and 7 a.m., which according to Charlotte Noise Pollution, construction machinery cannot be operated from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. in the residential areas within 300 feet of residential area. My little slice of heaven is going to be interrupted with a dump that has no liner for the soil that we share, trucks that pollute the air, loud explosives, no management of what will be going into this landfill, and I'm sure multiple other irritants. Landfills can release toxic gases such as methane and carbon dioxide, which contribute to climate change and can harm the environment. Landfills can also leak pollutants into the soil and groundwater, contaminating nearby water sources and potentially harming human health, which a lot of our neighborhood is on well water. Landfills are just accidents waiting to happen. Despite state and federal regulation, landfills leach harmful chemicals into the ground and water supply. It's not an if situation, but a when this situation will happen. I'm also not sure how our small roads are going to be able to handle these oversized trucks coming in every day, multiple times a day, especially with all the growth in the current area. I see more traffic accidents ready to happen. I employ this council to find our loophole. Sorry. Especially with all the growth in the area, I employ the council to find our loophole, find our way out of this mess. This dump belongs in an industrial site, not in our backyards. We're just middle-class citizens trying to live our life.
Thank you very much. And could you give us your name?
Hi, my name is Leanne Cable.
Leanne, I just wanted to make sure we had the right names correctly. Ms. Campbell, please, you have 2 minutes.
Leanne Cable, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you, council, this evening. I just wanted to take the opportunity to let you know that we appreciate your support thus far in this Oakdale landfill opposition. I would like to start by also just recognizing your effort in putting the new policy in place for no longer allowing landfills to be in a residential area. I congratulate the city council members for the forethought and the learning opportunity that this particular situation has afforded in preventing any existing and future homeowners from enduring what this particular community residents have been enduring over the past year. This is our home. This is not a place for a landfill. It sometimes just doesn't feel good when all of these things are continuing to happen, when we see that there is work that is going on in this landfill, when we're seeing the explosives. It feels like our voices are sometimes not being heard, and we are just asking that you please continue to help us. This is not a place for a landfill. And we just ask that you just continue to support this effort to not allow this to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Jim Aponte and Tony Barker. Is Jim here? Okay, so then our next speaker would be Jeanette Wilson. Ms. Wilson is here.
She's called Tony.
All right, you have 2 minutes. Would you give us your name, please, for the record?
My name is Tony Barker. I really just wanted to thank everybody for what you've done to make sure that these landfills are not put in somebody else's backyard. It is a very difficult situation for homeowners to deal with the knowledge that our land value, our home values are going to plummet. Who's going to want to buy our house, even if we wanted to leave? So we're going to be subjected to listening to the noise of all these dump trucks all day long, every day, the dust and debris that's going to float over into our yards. It's going to be difficult. But I really wanted to take time to thank you for fixing the problem across the city. You have taken the impact that we're having to deal with into consideration, and you understand what it's going to do to each individual in our neighborhoods all around. You probably saw our local media coverage or the signs all over the Oakdale area. We tried to get our message out for the little people without any power, up against big money, power, and greed. You listened to our concerns, and you were empathetic. You understood what a horrible predicament we are facing, and you took action. You cared so much that in 6 months' time, you passed a law banning new landfills in residential areas across the city, and that is unprecedented. You are the only governing body that has shown any support for us. I want to thank each and every one of you for listening to us and hearing us today, and hope that some action will be taken. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Ms. Wilson?
Jeanette Wilson, resident over 30 years. This landfill journey has given me a tale of two cities to have to explain to my children for real-life civics. In city number 1, you've got the government the way it's meant to work, the respectable side with representatives that actually answer emails. And Ms. Mayfield comments on Nextdoor posts, and obviously Mr. James Mitchell that's met and worked with citizens. I'm happy to discuss city number 1 with my children, and I'm grateful for it. In city number 2, however, if you already have multi-million-dollar contracts, you must get some type of preferential treatment. Wealthy Lake Norman residents with connections get sweet deals made, but West Side peasants get short answers or no answers from city number 2 staff. We're left as outsiders on issues in our literal backyards. Someone in city number 2 has been offering insight to maximize this landfill loophole with pre-submittal meetings. Someone on city number 2 has redefined mining for them and coached them on certain terms being removed from their application. Do his contracts with the city help him know someone in every single department? Sanders' privilege has been showing, and we don't like it. The ink hasn't even dried on their appeal, but we've already got survey flags down, dumped materials, mining company trucks, permits for explosives, an open excavation pit, and a spoon-fed solution for their landfill entrance to be on my residential collector road, the one that I drive on that the city of Charlotte is obligated to protect. It sounds like they're not even waiting. Must be nice to have Sanders as a last name. You represent city number 1 for me, my children, and my neighbors, and we sure hope that you're going to come through for us. Your decisions will impact us and the environment permanently. If the special use requirements in city code aren't met, then they don't get the special use. They're not supposed to mine, and they're not supposed to use Kelly Road as an entrance. I don't want to tell my kids that the systems that run our city only work for the favored few. Use your authority and influence over the city attorney's office to fight for us on this appeal. We're not done.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Jason Lovett and Laurie Rangel. Please.
We, the Charlotte Metro Democratic Socialists of America and the Shell Dunlap Thompson, in partnership with the NAACP Charlotte Mecklenburg County Branch, the Southern Workers Assembly, and Black Workers for Justice bring forth the Community Safety Initiative Ride, or CSI, which will address ongoing safety concerns on CATS buses. And this is a direct effort to reduce the dispatching of the other CSI, Crime Scene Investigations units, onto CATS routes. For us at DSA, addressing safety concerns is a natural extension of our Charlotte public transit campaign, focusing on improving bus frequency, expanding routes and schedules, and building shelters. We call on the community, and for city officials, the mayor, city manager, and all of city and county staff to ride the bus on May 4th on routes covering Betty's Ford Road at Rosa Parks Place Transit Center, North Tryon at the Charlotte Mecklenburg Library at Little Sugar Creek, and the Eastland Central Ave area via the Eastland Community Transit Center. The goal is to convene at these locations on May 4th at 1:30 p.m. and ending at the Charlotte Transportation Center around 3 p.m. During and after these rides, we plan to collect data from the community. And with this data, have a future conversation via a town hall in July hosted by the Greater Mount Moriah Primitive Baptist Church. We stand before you with a sincere appeal for you all as elected officials of Charlotte to participate in this ride May 4th, 2811 Bettysford Road at Rosa Parks Transit Center. We have strong confirmations that Ethan Rivera's mother will be in attendance and participating in this ride. This community needs to shower her in love and support, and we are hoping that you'll be present to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rangel?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Lori Rangel,
Lori.
yes. Good afternoon. I come to you, as all the people have before me, to speak on being a community member that will be directly affected by this landfill as well, if it is approved. I want you all to know that I appreciate all of you, and in particular, Councilman Mitchell, in aiding us in fighting this, and I understand that it has not been easy. My topic of concern here is safety. Regarding the permit for this landfill, my family and I enjoy sitting on the porch on afternoons after work. We take this time to wave at passing neighbors and enjoy a breeze. We live approximately 200 feet away from this property in question. In the past 3 months, we have observed noises that sound like blasts and have been more and more frequent. We contacted the Chief Marshal's office, and while I commend them with being prompt with their response, we were disappointed to be told that their office simply has no time to investigate. The reason for this was that the size of the property would take too long to look through. The other was that the landowners have been holding a permit to hold explosives for so long and have never violated it, so that they therefore could not possibly be violating it now, meaning it warranted no investigation. And not to sound crass, but I have never in my life committed a crime that warranted an investigation, and yet I feel like if a deceased body showed up on my property, regardless of my previous record, someone would come to investigate. We were also posed with the idea that it could be gunshots, as if gunshots would be a better alternative to explosions. As a responsible gun owner myself, who has shot for target practice in a safe and legal setting, this is even more upsetting. Even though I believe this to be incorrect, if it happened to be true and struck a community member, that is even more alarming. When we were told that the Chief Marshal's office did not respond to gunshots, they told us to call emergency services. When an officer arrived to take my statement, he asked what I wanted him to do since no one else had called or gotten hurt, even though I showed him a phone recording of these blasts. To get to my point, I ask you all, what has to happen for you to take our concerns with this development seriously?
Thank
The
you.
owners on this land
Ms.
have on the
Rangel,
record
thank
stated.
you very much. Your 2 minutes are up.
Thank you.
That concludes our public forum for this meeting. One more? Okay, one more person. It would be Lisa Landrum, please. Ms. Landrum?
Hello, thank you for having us here this evening, and I am here to speak on behalf of Mobility Safety as well. First of all, I would like to thank you. I am one of those runners that has seen continually improving and more police officers on our greenways trying to keep us all safe. I'm also a mom and a coach of youth runners, so in the past, there have been some really unfortunate, horrible accidents and incidents that have happened on the Greenway, even with cross-country teams running as a group. There's certainly somebody who's going to be lagging behind. I worked with a team that had the girl who was attacked, and it definitely affected them all. So I just really urge you to continue to please keep mobility safety on your agendas. We will do our best to try to continue to engage the community and support what you all can do for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, that concludes our public forum.
This question.
So in conclusion of our public forum, I would like to make sure that people understand that while we have you speak to us tonight, we also have staff here that is really recording and looking at the information that you're providing. As a result of that, you will hear back from the appropriate person inside the organization on remarks or comments, as well as any report that's necessary or needed. So thank you for telling us what we need to understand better, and we'll have additional communication with you as a result of your presence here today. So thank you all for being here, and we will have, I think, from a number, we'll be talking about animal control in the budget. We'll be talking about the land use from the city attorney's office. So thank you very much. We appreciate you being here today. All right, so the next item on our agenda is a celebration of Arbor Day. I would like to announce the winners of the Charlotte 2024 Crown. I'm sorry.
Is city attorney providing it?
So I'll ask the question that hasn't been asked. Would you like for me to say?
Absolutely.
Yes, please.
Would you like to speak on it tonight, Mr.?
I'm happy to.
Okay.
And this is on the landfill matter. Just want to make sure that the council and the public is informed. As I mentioned to you the last time I talked about this, we have filed the notice of appeal. That's a process that is a months-long process. So we're in the process of pulling all that information together to put. And eventually there will be a hearing, I would expect that in the Court of Appeals, where it would be discussed in front of the judges, and ultimately the court will make a decision at some point in time. We are representing the board, and basically our position is that the board had the discretion to make the decision that it made, and that the judge basically overstepped his bounds by reversing the board's decision and inserting his own opinion into the decision. So that's the nutshell of what the appeal is about. One thing I want to make very clear, because I've heard some accusations about my office, and I think when people talked about the city attorney, I think you're talking about my city attorneys, but I take full responsibility for the good, the bad, the ugly that any of them do. I have two city attorneys that were at that particular meeting. One, Terry Hagler-Gray, represents the staff. She makes sure that the staff, when they're making their presentations, is consistent with the ordinances or whatever the subject matter is. The second is Jill Sanchez-Myers. Her job is to work with the board directly to make sure that the board follows its rules and procedures going forward. So when this is a quasi-judicial hearing, which has a certain higher level, it's not just a public hearing, it's a certain higher level, quasi-judicial, as close to judicial as possible. And that's one of the ways in which our decisions can be overturned, is if we are not following those processes. And I do want to specifically talk about the recusal of the chair during that first meeting and how that went down. I don't know who the chair is. I've not met that person. What I've been told is that the chair, once realizing who was in the room, decided he could not be fair and impartial in that particular hearing. And there were 5 people, and it's usually a 5-person board that hears these cases. So once he recused himself, then that attorney, were they willing to go forward with less than the full board, that is 4 board members as opposed to 5, which they declined to do. And that apparently has been a procedure that this board has had for a number of years and is now codified into their rules. In fact, I think they did it that particular day, but that's been their long-time procedure. So that's why things were set back for another time for folks to come back and do that. But that's, again, Ms. Sanchez-Myers' role is to advise the board, which is what she did on what their rules were. And when there's 4 people and not 5, it then goes to the applicant to see if they want to go forward with less than the full complement, or if they want to wait until we can have 5. And apparently, although sometimes there are alternates that are there just in case this happens, there was no alternate there that particular day. So we are moving forward with the appeal. We are representing the board and basically their decision-making authority as to the decisions that they made, and we'll advise folks as we get our further instructions from the court in terms of deadlines and when the actual oral argument, if there is oral argument, would be held.
So, Mr. Baker, you've given an oral report. It might be helpful to actually have something that would be written for these folks so that they can have some understanding of it. My apologies, I did not know that we were going to respond tonight, so my apologies to you. But we now are on course, and I believe that Mr. Baker has talked about what's going on, but there's a next step.
Mayor, may I ask Attorney Baker a question of follow-up to what you just shared with us? Just for clarification, it was noted that movement is already happening. We're in the process of challenging the ruling that came afterward. Is there any language or opportunity to basically do a cease and desist while we're going through this process if movement is already happening in the community on something that we're still in the middle of litigation on?
So I would need to speak to the staff on that in terms of, because there's an enforcement staff, and I need to know from them exactly what is going on. No variance has been issued because of our appeal that has stopped the variance that the court actually ordered to be granted to the applicant. So there shouldn't be anything that relates to the variance because they don't have one, but I'd need to speak with staff. I've not heard from staff about any specific violations. I have seen some emails about concerns that have been raised by members of the community, but I need to speak with staff to be able to fully answer that question.
And we're cross-referencing the calls to code enforcement and whether or not staff is going out.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sajmira.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Attorney, thank you for the report. So, number of public speakers had expressed their concerns around heavy trucks in their neighborhood and every 7 or 8 minutes. So that's already happening. Is there anything we can do to stop that now?
Not the truck traffic that's on there now, but the issue
That relates
is.
to landfill.
Yeah, the issue is if they're going to get that variance, there's going to be a lot more trucks because that's really the essence of what's being discussed, is that if it's a fully functional landfill, you're talking about a lot more trucks on a road that's not designed for that. And this gets back into a DOT issue where the DOT has made a particular ruling and the court basically has sought relief from the DOT not allowing an entrance on a more appropriate road.
Okay, so that would be part of the next step where it goes to appeal court.
That's part of the discussion that we're having, yes, and it is part and parcel of the appeal.
Okay. Well, I look forward to reviewing your memo. That would be helpful with some background. Thank you.
All right, so my understanding is that you will communicate something in writing to the neighborhood leaders, or however you guys have been communicating, and that the next step is to take action as you represent the board.
Yes.
So the question that I think was asked was, if they are, who said the noise in the morning, 5 a.m.?
Yeah.
The noise, and is that noise truck noise, or is it other types of noise? And I'm sorry, I know, my understanding is that are they using fire blasting materials?
They're blasting.
You're blasting
Yeah.
materials. So I think that's something of great concern, Mr. Baker.
Certainly, and I'll speak with staff, because again, there's an enforcement staff that's not in my office that would bring that to us and then get guidance as to whether they're in violation of the ordinance or not, and we just need to bring that, close that in. I've not had that come to me, and I don't believe it's come to our attorneys, but I'll find that out for sure, and I know that they're watching this right now.
So, thank you again. You'll be getting more information as it develops. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. So I'm going to turn us from blasting and all kinds of things to something that perhaps is a little bit more joyous. It is celebration of Arbor Day, and I'd like to announce the winners of Charlotte's 2024 Crown Tree Awards. This awards program celebrates Charlotte's amazing urban forests and the citizens, partners, and stakeholders who preserve, grow, and advocate for it. The program has 4 award categories and is administered by the Charlotte Tree Advisory Commission. Chair of the Tree Advisory Commission is Mr. Robert Scotts. Where are you, Mr. Roberts? Is he here? Not here. Okay, so he's not here. He was planned to be a part of the celebration because the program went dormant during the COVID pandemic, but was revised by the Tree Commission in 2023. Earlier this month, award winners received locally sourced wood plaques. I think I saw a few of them up there, to commemorate their effort or their tree. Tonight, I would like to acknowledge their efforts, so please help me congratulate the following 2024 Crown Tree Award winners. I'm going to come around this way. I think behind, let's see, more room over here.
Yes, come on. You're not going to say their names from the microphone? From the microphone?
Well, I believe, do you need me to have a microphone to hear their names? Because I have the statement. I have the names here written down, so. All right, so the winners of the Spirit of the Tree Award, there are 3. Brad's Baby Willow Oak Tree, nominated by Leslie Bivens. Albert the Ash Tree, nominated by Laurie Reed. And the Spring Tree, nominated by Taylor Stetson. The winner of the Corporate Friend of Urban Forest Award is the Wallace Dell, nominated by Milton McGowan. Winner of the Proud Partner of the Canopy Award is Charlotte Wildlife Stewards, nominated by Laurie Reed. And finally, the Mayor's Tree of the Year Award goes to Park Road Montessori School. Let me see if I can do this. DNR, come on. I see you up there holding your plaque.
I know you love that.
I see you. Nominated by Heather Ruckerstuhl. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you for what you do. So earlier today, I had the opportunity to speak with the parents, but more importantly, with the family. And so of children that care deeply about what we're doing with trees. I think all of us would love to have that kind of joy continuously. And I really want to make sure that everybody understands that there's opportunities for these young people to change the world and change it and make it a better place. So thank you all for attending today. With that, we will go ahead and begin the completion of our action review, and I'm going to recognize Sean Heath to address the last item on our action review, which is the Home for All report that we are going to have a review of which we will review. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mayor Lyles. Good evening, everyone. Sean Heath, City Manager's Office. A Home for All is the brand name for the initiative focused on housing and homelessness that the city's been involved in for a few years. And tonight's really an opportunity to do a level set on the current status for the work, the priorities, and the next steps. It's been a while since we've had a discussion at full council on this topic, but over the last year, we've had 2 committee conversations, including the most recent committee for housing, safety, and community. I've got less than 9 slides. I'll try and move through this fairly quickly. And I'm also joined this evening by Catherine Furman-Sellers, the Chief Impact Officer from the United Way. When I'm done with the content, I'll invite her up to say a few brief remarks, and then she'll join me for Q&A. See if I can control here. So the work of the Home for All initiative is really grounded in a few fundamental questions, and we kind of frame these as questions that we're hearing from the community. I think they're also questions that we're hearing from council. They're questions that we ask ourselves. First would be how to decrease the unsheltered population. We know, based on work that's done on an annual basis, that right now in Mecklenburg County, there are anywhere between 2,500 and 3,000 members in the community that are homeless. Within that range, the subset of the unsheltered population is roughly 300 individuals in the county. There were a lot of conversations here in the chamber over the last few months as it related to ordinance enforcement and the importance of having holistic solutions to bring to bear as it related to the unsheltered population. Another question frequently asked relates specifically to how to prevent unstably housed residents from slipping into homelessness. If you, once again, thinking about Mecklenburg County metrics, there are over 100,000 households in the county that are cost burdened. And by cost burden, that simply means that they're devoting 30% or more of their household income to housing-related expenses. We also know last year that there were roughly 20,000 evictions in Mecklenburg County, a number that's been on the rise and back at or maybe even above pre-pandemic levels. One thing we've talked about a lot over the last few years is vouchers and rental subsidies, and we know that having a voucher or a subsidy does not guarantee housing. And Livian did some work a few years ago just to really get their arms around some of the specific data. We know far too many households in the community with vouchers are unable to find housing before those vouchers expire. And even for those individuals with vouchers that do find housing, it's not uncommon for it to be 60 days, 90 days, or more for them to find housing. Another question, certainly, that's always on our mind is how to build and preserve more affordable housing. This is something that Director Hefner spoke about at the last action review and something you'll vote on tonight as it relates to opportunities to continue to support Housing Trust Fund investments. We know there's a shortage of affordable housing in this community. That's not a surprise to anybody. The mayor's referral from earlier this month will give the Housing Safety and Community Committee an opportunity to chew on these issues over the next few months and identify best practices and innovations, and then also have some conversations about possibly allocating your Housing Trust Fund dollars in a specific, more intentional way going forward to be responsive and reflective of some things we've heard from council related to homeownership, for example. And then the last thing we've captured here is thinking about, imagine if you're homeless in the county and you're trying to navigate the system. It can be a difficult system to navigate for anybody, right? It's good that we're in a community where we have many agency providers involved in this work. It's great to be in a community where we have different funding streams that are supporting this work. But if you think about this really from a consumer experience perspective, it can be very fragmented. It can be very challenging to understand where to start, where to go, and kind of how to have someone walking by your side through that journey. So one question that we've asked, and that's foundational and fundamental in a Home for All, is how to provide consistent and coordinated care for individuals that are facing those types of challenges. The last thing I would say is as we transition into a Home for All specifically is those questions, kind of the underlying challenges beneath those questions and potential solutions related to those questions, all of those are things that the city's already working on. But at the same time, we know these are things that the city can't solve by itself. So we need partners. We need an opportunity to leverage funding. And that's just where a Home for All comes into the equation. A quick refresh on a Home for All in terms of when it started. So it was really in late 2021 when a Home for All was born. The city of Charlotte has been involved in a Home for All from the start. Very early on, previous housing director Pamela Weidman was involved. Councilmember Graham has been involved actively from the start. I've been involved actively from the start. The vision of a Home for All, it's straightforward, it's bold, it's easier said than done. This is not something that you can accomplish overnight, but it provides a bit of a North Star, so to speak. Homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring, and everyone has access to affordable housing and the resources to sustain it. In terms of the timeline, this has really been a progression of work over the last few years. In FY22, the strategic framework was released. That really provided an assessment of the current state and the challenges. There were 99 recommendations included in the strategic framework. They were not prioritized, but it gave the community a good sense for, here's the list of things to consider as we're deciding how to prioritize efforts going forward. Also that year, the United Way was asked by and contracted by Mecklenburg County to serve as the quarterback agency to coordinate efforts associated with the Home for All. In FY23, an implementation plan was released, which was provided to you, an executive summary was provided to you in FY23, taking the 99 recommendations from the strategic framework and really distilling it down to 10 to 12 key priority areas that the community could focus on in the years ahead. FY24 has really been about staging the work and designing and piloting some concepts. And then FY25 to FY28 is the expectation for when the rubber will really hit the road. On participation in governance, many diverse organizations have been represented in this work from the very start. And that's a good segue here. This is not an all-inclusive visual for the organizations that are directly involved in A Home for All. But I just wanted to make sure that we were leaving you with the impression and understanding that it's bigger than the city, it's bigger than the city and the county, it's bigger than the city and the county in the United Way. There are dozens of nonprofit organizations that are directly involved, some large, some more grassroots, emerging type nonprofits. Developers are involved, both for-profit and nonprofit, higher education, healthcare, and the various working teams involved in the Home for All initiative also have individuals from the community with lived experience. So just wanted to give you a little visual impact there on the diverse representation in A Home for All. One question that we get and one question that came up in the committee meeting is, with all of those players, how does the city fit into the work? What's the role of the United Way? Who's on first? All of that sort of stuff. So this is really just intended to be a very simple graphic to kind of drive home a few key points. And starting in the middle section there in green, as I mentioned before, with the implementation plan for Home for All, it's really driving out 10 to 12 areas of emphasis. This is not an all-inclusive list, but it's pretty close. You can see on things on here like critical home repair, emergency shelter. So these are the work stream areas. These are the things that all of those organizations represented on the previous slide are working to advance. Getting to that list of 10 to 12 was not done by the United Way behind the curtain. All of it was very much an engaged process with various organizations, including the City of Charlotte, at the table. A Home for All, kind of moving to the left side here, has always been and continues to be envisioned as a public-private sector partnership in terms of funders with the city and the county and the private sector all coming to the table. And then finally, moving to the right, with an initiative like this where you've got multiple funders and multiple focus areas and a ton of stakeholder engagement and a need for a lot of project management, if there's a secret sauce in terms of helping to ensure that's successful, you need to have somebody that's serving as a program manager, a quarterback agency, a coordinating entity. And that's really what the United Way has been asked to do. So their role, as it suggests here, is really on alignment and coordination and helping us collectively ensure that we're driving out for maximum impact. In terms of governance, each of the work streams has representations from multiple organizations. Housing Director Hefner and Warren Wooten on her team are directly involved in the work. I'm directly involved in the work. There's also a smaller technical committee on which I serve that provides overall guidance to A Home for All. It's a little bit of an eye chart from a distance, and some of the content here is a little redundant with the previous slide, but I wanted to show it because this is the way that the A Home for All initiative is being framed in conversations with external stakeholders. So taking those roughly 10 to 12 work streams or priority areas and putting them under what we're referring to as 4 pillars is what's being shown here. So moving from left to right quickly, emergency response is really focused on the unsheltered population. And this was actually something where the city, working with the United Way, was really responsible for kind of driving the conversation in that direction, knowing that with the unsheltered population, not just in Uptown Charlotte, but including Uptown Charlotte, being one of the most visible representations of some of these challenges, that while we were doing all of the very important work associated with prevention on the right hand of this slide, in parallel to that, we needed to identify and accelerate some solutions related specifically to the unsheltered population, in recognition that kind of earning the right to do this work over time with the community, that we would need to show some progress there. So the unsheltered pillar includes things like street outreach, which we talked a bit about during the ordinance enforcement conversations, and some of the work that both the county and the city are standing up with a local organization called Hearts for the Invisible. I'll talk a little bit more in a subsequent slide on the idea of a very specially focused emergency shelter. the three other towers shown here in the upstream priorities, one focuses on people here. System navigation is a reference I made before, kind of thinking of some of this from the end user perspective. On prevention, that includes things like critical home repair, which you're very familiar with. And then production is how do we get more units online that are accessible and affordable to folks, whether they're dealing with homelessness or in need of affordable housing. On the right here, just trying to reinforce that there are a number of things of direct relevance to a Home for All that we believe connect very well with the types of questions and expectations that City Council has established with staff. Okay, just a couple more slides here. So this is really turning our attention more towards what are the specific areas of focus, engagement, and investment opportunity for the city as we kind of see FY25 around the bend. These are 6 specific areas that are on our radar from a staff perspective. On the next slide, I'll give you a little window into how we're thinking about things from a funding perspective. First, on critical home repair, nothing new for us. We've been doing it for years with comprehensive rehab and emergency repair. But what we're excited about here is the opportunity for more partnership and collaboration. To give you a few examples on desired outcomes, kind of the market reality for some of this work is it's not enough to just have funding available. You also need to ensure you've got the workforce in the community that can pull this kind of stuff off. So a piece of the work here that we're excited about is expanding the pool of contractors that can do this sort of work with a particular emphasis on minority contractors. One thing that Director Hefner talked about at the last action review was this idea of improving the customer experience through a consolidated application. Because imagine you're someone in the community, you want to stay in place in your home. There are multiple providers, one's the City of Charlotte, where you can access housing rehab dollars. So wouldn't it be nice, and what we will explore here, is there an opportunity to have a single front end for someone to go through? And then here, just to state the obvious, opportunities to grow system capacity, accelerate the volume of repairs that can be done through braiding together funders from the private and public sector, and then also through enhancing the contractor capacity in the community. On eviction prevention, this is really a direct reference to the kind of work that's done by Legal Aid of North Carolina. They work with low-income individuals that are facing eviction. On average, their client household income is about $22,000. And I learned a new word today, and I practiced saying it before tonight, meritorious. So the emphasis here would be on like meritorious cases where there's an individual who, imagine different scenarios. There are different reasons that someone could face eviction, and there are different claims that could drive an eviction, and there are different defenses as well. So the idea here with Legal Aid North Carolina is for low-income individuals to have access to legal representation, basically to help guide them through a legal process and defend their rights, protect their rights. If there's a retaliatory eviction, that's the sort of thing where they may need an attorney to help demonstrate that. If there's a scenario where the landlord has not maintained the housing in a safe and decent fashion, then that could be another scenario where they need a legal advisor to help guide them through that in order to prevent an eviction. Emergency rental assistance. If you think about COVID and all the COVID relief dollars that came into the community, and you add up funding received by the city and funding received by the county, much of what was put through the RAMP program administered by DreamKey, tens and tens of millions of dollars, well over $50 million. Those days are gone, right? But we're asking ourselves the question, because it's not uncommon for us to get calls from members of the community that are facing financial hardship and in need of emergency rental assistance. So what are some things we could do to build on what's already in place today in the community, focused on both the financial support paired with some targeted prevention supports? On property provider recruitment, this is something we've also talked about a fair amount over the last few years. Think back to the source of income at Ad Hoc Advisory Committee, and one of the recommendations that they had, which we've said for quite some time now, is we're looking forward to for an opportunity to respond in a meaningful way to their recommendation, is how to bring more landlords into the community that are willing to accept voucher holders, rental subsidy holders. And that could be through a number of different types of incentives, holding fees, signing bonuses for leases up front, risk damage funds. There are all sorts of things that could be done. The ultimate objective would be to put landlords in a position where they're indifferent or as close to indifferent as possible between renting to someone with or without a voucher. System navigation is an area where there's still more work to be done to define exactly what that would look like, but just wanted it here in transparency because we think it's going to be around the bend and something we'll want to participate in. With the last one here on the list, emergency shelter, the United Way facilitated a number of meetings over the last 6 months, helping us ask the simple question of what could we do to demonstrate a meaningful impact on the uptown unhoused population? Let's get real specific. What could we do to really move the needle there? Street outreach bubbled up, and as I've said before, that's something where we and Mecklenburg County are leaning into that together already. And this notion of having a new emergency shelter focused on the unhoused population, individuals who are often resistant to going into shelters, and also having some specialized services embedded within the shelter itself, focused really on individuals with severe and persistent mental illness and/or addiction-related challenges. Okay, rounding third base here. So this is just a snapshot of each of the items on the prior slide, along with an indication of what the FY25 investment opportunity could look like. So I'll quickly go from left to right. I won't spend a ton of time on this because we can come back. I'd rather drive it based on the types of questions that you have. United Way operations is something we discussed at the committee level. This is a $130,000 request that came to you as a financial partner request, so it's working its way through that process. You've seen it, and you'll have the opportunity to make your choice as you see fit. And this would be for a contract manager position related specifically to the federal funding and other contract management requirements that the United Way is handling as a result of being the quarterback agency for a Home for All. Critical home repair, as I'd indicated before, this really isn't an incremental amount here. We've been doing critical home repair for many years. This $1.5 million referenced on the slide is really embedded in our FY25 CIP request, and it's about the same as what we've had in play for the last couple of years. So I don't look at that as an incremental ask. On eviction prevention and emergency rental assistance, those are both two examples where most of what the City of Charlotte received from the U.S. Treasury Department related to what's referred to as emergency rental assistance 2, which was stimulus funding, most of that, a lot of that, a vast majority of that was spent through the RAMP program that was administered by DreamKey. What we had behind, and what we've shared with you previously, what we left behind, is available to support displacement events, which we've had in this community for various reasons, weather-related, hotel transaction-related, and then also to support initiatives such as a Home for All. So there's a bit of money available to support these types of initiatives, and they've already gone through a council RCA process in 2023, so long as what we're contemplating to do is consistent with the eligible uses that are defined under the ERA2 program. The punchline for the next two on property provider recruitment and system navigation would be more to come on that, and whatever we would contemplate doing, we would need to be in a position where we could explain it in great detail and bring it back to you in the context of a request for council action. So it wouldn't happen without your awareness. It would only happen with your approval once we had something specific to present to you. And then the last one, which is of course the largest one on here, would be this notion of an emergency shelter, which just as a placeholder, we've put in $7 million. And once again, this gets back to the point I made about what is something specific that we could do that I wouldn't suggest would solve it, but could make a meaningful impact on the unsheltered population. This is an idea that's kind of bubbled up based on a number of stakeholder conversations. If there was something specific and tangible that was ready for a discussion and ultimately ready for a vote, that would only happen through an action review presentation and then a housing trust fund request. So it would go through the formal process that you're all accustomed to. We would, of course, have to wait on this until calendar year 2025, since the housing trust fund, pending your vote later this evening, will potentially be depleted. So for now, it's just something that we're sharing with you as an idea around the bend. At the very bottom of the slide, I've made reference to the fact that when Catherine was with the Mecklenburg County Board of County Commissioners earlier this year, she shared a similar slide, and Mecklenburg County is entertaining FY25 investment opportunities that equate to about $14.3 million in aggregate. So once again, back to, this has always been envisioned as city working closely with the county and the private sector. Last slide, just as a summary, the reason that we continue to really want to stay very strongly connected to and supportive of the Home for All is we feel like there's a direct connection to council priorities. Clearly, public-private partnership, a lot of stakeholder engagement is embedded in this work. And not to be ignored is the importance of having this enduring structure with the United Way really helping drive all of this to sustain the work and monitor progress. Because if you think about going from design phase to pilot phase to potentially scaling work, we're not really at that scaling point yet. But the only way we would ever present scaling opportunities to you or the private sector would be ready, willing, and able to invest in scaling opportunities would be if we've got the data to prove that the things that we're doing are actually working. So that's why it's so important to have an organization like the United Way that's helping kind of keep this thing moving along. So I will stop with that. I'd like to ask Catherine to say a few brief remarks about the work that United Way is doing, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Sean, and thank you, Catherine Sellers, for joining us tonight. Your experience and research and comments around this topic are absolutely essential to us. So thank you. Please take a moment with us.
Thank you. So I want to thank you first for the opportunity to present the Home for All effort to council. And I just have a few remarks and then be happy to answer any questions. First, housing is a basic human need, and a Home for All is the community's plan to address homelessness and housing instability. I think the need for action is clear. Low-cost rental units are disappearing. Low-cost housing now accounts for only 13% of the affordable housing stock, down from 45% in 2011. And more low and moderate income households are struggling to afford their housing. As Sean related in his remarks, the number of rental households in Mecklenburg County who are housing cost burden has increased 51% since 2011. United Way, through a Home for All, shares Council's commitment to adopting a collaborative, data and research-driven approach to addressing these daunting challenges. Second, United Way's mission is to lift children and families out of poverty, and having a roof over your head is a critical first step. So that is why when the community asked United Way to lead a Home for All's implementation, we were honored to say yes. United Way stands at the intersection of the public, private, and nonprofit sectors. We recognize that everyone involved, every elected official, every philanthropic investor, and every nonprofit is doing tremendous work. United Way's role is to ask what might be possible if we drive collaboration and innovation at a systems level to amplify our collective impact. Finally, a Home for All is the product of the work of over 250 community members, city and county staff, elected officials, corporate partners, nonprofit providers, and those with lived experiences of homelessness and housing instability. Together, these community members developed ambitious solutions to pressing challenges. And our community's ability to execute hinges on a robust public-private partnership. It requires resources at the federal, state, city, and county levels, and from private philanthropy. And we would urge City Council to join in that public-private partnership. So thank you.
Thank you. So we really appreciate the work and the effort. So we now have opened this up for discussion. I want to recognize Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Johnson. And then I tell you what, why don't we just start around the dais? We'll start here and then we'll come back around, okay? Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Sellers and Sean for the presentation. I've had an opportunity to sit down with you at length and go through the plan and ask some questions, so thank you for that additional time. I think that adding the emergency response aspect of the unsheltered is a huge opportunity for us to make a win here, right? There are fewer than 500 families that are unhoused, unsheltered, and one is too many. They are very visible, right? And I think if we have an approach to get them safe, secure housing as well as wraparound services to move them up and out, that is fantastic. So I know that wasn't your original intent with the Home for All program, but seeing what was going on in the city and being able to be nimble and make a pivot, I think is critically important. The other upstream priorities, and I'm referring to slide 6 in your presentation, but I want you to just comment on, how will we know that we're making traction, right? And specifically in the upstream priorities, because I'm sure as we work with individual families and some may move up and out, then you have others that might become a part of this process. Can you just talk about your thoughtfulness around that and how we can ensure that we're making some tangible progress?
Of course. As I think Sean alluded to, we do have a commitment to have an evaluation plan associated with each of these individual activities, as well as a collective impact approach. If we are able to accomplish work on all 4 of these pillars, what happens at a system level? So we will track both measures as things progress. Certainly, we do have a commitment for all of the initiatives to make sure that data intersects with our homeless management information system, so that one of the things that we can track is preventing or slowing entrances into homelessness. So that would be one of those system-level indicators that we would track that would be indicative of making progress.
Thank you. And it's interesting, Sean, you mentioned the whole percentage of housing that is cost burden and how that has increased significantly. I believe that's one of the underlying areas, if we can systematically address and attack why those costs are going up and figure out a way to address that would keep families and individuals outside of this rotation loop. Have you given any thought to how we might do that, Sean, or just any perspective?
Yeah, and I didn't veer outside of this swim lane, but, we're in conversation with Danielle Frazier, for example, and where are the opportunities to connect the emphasis on affordable housing with the focus on workforce development and skilling and reskilling. I think it's interesting, one of our partners has done community assessments, our NOAA partner, Mark Etheridge, with Ascent Real Estate. And it's always helpful to do the assessment because you can't assume that you know exactly what people need most, right? So childcare, for instance, came up a lot in some of the assessments that were done, and transportation, for instance. So thinking of some, the benefits of having a community health worker in a community, which is what Mark has done, and what Rebecca Hefner, Director Hefner, is doing in partnership in some of our corridors, is a real wonderful way to tie together some of council's work and priorities, things that we're doing at the staff level. So it's very much on our radar. That's the holy grail if we can find ways to go horizontal on a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. I've mentioned this several times, but I really do think the power of the community healthcare worker and being a liaison and a quarterback to help families navigate these systems, and certainly the things that we're standing up here, Ms. Sellers, I think that's an area that we have to ramp up on because it's low-hanging fruit. They're out there, they're available, and if we can introduce them into our ecosystem at a larger number, I think that would help significantly. Lastly, I would just say I completely agree that we need the partnership across the board, not only the 3P partnership, but as you mentioned, Ms. Sellers, from the federal, state, and municipal level. I'm happy to see that the county has skin in this game as well at the level of $14.3 million in aggregate. And I'm happy to support this as we move through the budget process because it absolutely aligns with the synergies of council's priorities. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a point, well, I may have some questions, but also a point of order for Mr. Jones. During the committee meeting in April, this was presented to the Greater Neighborhood Committee, and we asked for this to come back. There were some unanswered questions. We were still massaging, and we asked for it to come back. So I'm confused or concerned how it's being presented to full council before going through the committee.
Sure. So Councilmember Johnson, on my last 30-day memo, I put it on as a topic for the full council. I know it's been in committee a couple of times. One of the things that was extremely important was that the budget comes out on May 6th, and having some feedback from the full council is extremely important before we would put a budget together.
So is this going back to committee, or was that process just usurped?
Now, I don't know if the committee ever, I guess, reported it out, but it had been in the committee a couple times. And again, on the 30-day memo, I just wanted an opportunity for council to hear it too.
So I just want to share like a concern. And first of all, United Way, you all do a phenomenal job. This is not about United Way. This is about the process. And one of the speakers alluded to it earlier. Sometimes I just have to be frank, it feels like there's an outcome that's determined, and the machine, as I call it, moves toward it. And this is one of those times. Let me ask, is this a done deal, just whether or not council agrees to it? Is this already established?
No, I would really return back here and, thinking about the examples at the bottom, we will not make any of those investments but for having conversations with council at a very specific level, but for council ultimately deciding to vote and approve those ideas. So I believe that the most significant component pieces up there where there's some question whether we're going to go left or right, and you might ask, well, what exactly does this mean? And we can't answer those questions yet. You will be fully briefed on those before any dollars are spent, and you will have to authorize us to spend those dollars.
Well, I just will say, the committee, who we really take a lot of pride and work really hard, and I think it's a great committee. We ask great questions, and I think we were expecting this to come back to committee. I mean, the committee members are shaking their head. So this is concerning for at least 4 council members, Mr. Jones, and it's just really about the process. Secondly, if you can go back to the slide, oh yeah, there it is. Well, I don't know if this is going to go back to the committee, but one of the things that I talked about was I feel like we're going the wrong way with this. We use private-public partnership in a lot of areas where we're condensing services. The arts is one area and different areas. So I want to see, I think competition is a good thing. I've advocated many times as a frontline worker who works with homeless individuals and low-income individuals, I can call crisis constantly, and so many of us can. I don't want to see an organization like that collapse under United Way. There's other organizations. I think competition is a good thing. I think it helps with service, level of service. So I think we're going the wrong way with this, with all of these services in one organization. I think we need to be careful as a big city, and I use the word monopolistic in the committee meeting. But moreover, the process. I just have a concern with that. We take, there is a process, and this did not come out of committee. So I'm just, and I've also shared concern that it only, takes 6 of us to get things on the agenda as it is. So this is one of those areas where I feel like our process was undermined, and possibly our authority as well.
Thank you.
Who's next?
I'm next.
Going around?
You had your hand already?
Go around. I think she said go around.
Okay,
Yeah, actually,
I believe I'm mayor now. Oh, wait, I am, okay? Oh, she's back. I call this meeting adjourned.
And the cat's away. Mr. Graham.
Thank you.
I thought you said go around.
Yeah, I thought she said go around.
I thought you said go around.
Run by run. First, let me thank Sean and the staff and the United Way for running this marathon of trying to provide a comprehensive, collaborative approach for the community for homelessness and housing for our community. Commissioner Jarrell and I had a Zoom meeting with the city manager and the county manager years ago when Tent City was a thing. And I think Mr. Jones remember that meeting. We said we got to find a way to collaborate. We got to find a way to cooperate. We got to find a way to bring the corporate community to the table to provide a comprehensive approach for homelessness and housing in our community. And this is how this thing got started. It was corporate driven with a wide variety of community partners, well over 200 grassroots, grass-top organizations led by Kathy Passant, who was then with BFA. Now she's with the Foundations of the Carolinas, and Gene Woods with Atrium. And we really spent almost a year discussing homelessness and housing and how do we begin to address the problem comprehensively as a community with a all working together. And some of it came from some of the conversations we had around this dais when we would ask the manager, Mr. Manager, we want to help with homelessness, and we would get, and I would say it too, well, we don't do that. That's a county thing. And then we would go in our uptown and see homelessness, or we would see homelessness on I-85 in Sugar Creek. And while that's technically true, we don't have the resources or the capability in terms of social workers and mental health counseling and all the type of supportive services needed. We had a moral responsibility to participate and be involved in it. And so I spent the weekend studying it again, right? This comprehensive report. So if a council member hadn't seen this, 100-page in length, and it really does a good job in terms of providing the framework. It talks about housing and homelessness challenges. It talked about community and supportive services. It talked about prevention and outreach and grassroots organization. I was happy to spend this weekend with Councilmember Mayfield at Block Love Charlotte as they open up their brand new resource center to support and help homelessness in our community at a grassroots level. And so this is just not about working with grass-top organizations like United Way and others or corporations. It's really working with grassroots organizations as well who are boots on the ground doing the work. And so I am very supportive of the approach. I think as we begin to talk about a wide variety of issues relating to homelessness, whether it's in the airport or it's putting the ordinance in place, or we still have a number of issues, and I see it on I-85 in Sugar Creek. I see the guy every day there working with our providers. Someone has to coordinate all of this. And I'm thankful for the work of the United Way, and we've had numerous conversations over the last 3 years with your CEO and with you in particular leading this program. So I want to thank you for the work that you do. And there's a price tag that comes along with it. This work is not cheap, and that's what the council from what I heard, is that we wanted to invest more in what we were doing. Now, the line items that we talked about, I think, it can change, right? I don't think I'm married to the line items and the dollar amounts, but I'm married to the framework. And that we have a community framework that all of us being the city, the county, in their aggregate $14.5 million. And I think there's room for the corporate community to play more as well, to invest in this issue in reference to homelessness and housing. And so I think this is I'm not sure if there's an alternative, right? If not this, then what? As we, on a weekly basis, deal with issues relating to the unhoused in our community and what are we going to do and what's the strategy behind it. And so I think this comprehensive report, your presentation doesn't do this report justice, right? Because your presentation was 10 pages. This is well over 100. And it really outlines and details from a very high level, grass top level, what we need to do as a community in terms of providing the vision, providing the framework, identifying the dollars that may be needed from both governments. And, here's an opportunity for the city and the county to really collaborate together on issues relating to homelessness and working with an organization like the United Way that has the ability to provide the type of day-to-day operation management needed. Someone in this community every day needs to wake up thinking about how can we resolve the unhoused issue in this community and how do we make housing affordable every day. And I think this gives us an opportunity to do this and really put a price tag to how do we begin to resolve this issue. Now, money doesn't solve everything, right? But it certainly is needed to really put gas in the car so that this report, this presentation really has meaning at the end of the day. And so I am optimistic that this is the right way to go. I understand that there's a lot of flexibility in what we have to do, but it's really good to know that the city potentially will be investing in a significant way, greater than we have done before, along with other community partners like Mecklenburg County and the corporate community and the federal and state government, right? Because as you've been watching news lately, there's been the Supreme Court is taking up a decision about what cities can or can't do. And so this issue is not going away. We need to make sure that as a community, there is a framework and approach, a direction that we have taken and that we are willing to put our money where our mouth is. And I think this is the right way to do it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start by saying, Sean, thank you to you and your team. Director Hefner, thank you for your work on really ideating around the how. I think that's really important as we think through, what our responsibilities will be as a body, how to instruct you guys from a council perspective on what those deliverables could look like. I think I'll start by saying at the most recent Vision Awards, the CEO, Gene Woods, he spoke very firmly about a call to action for our entire community, and that room was filled with an enormous amount of stakeholders. And I thought that call to action was profound when the primary directive was an end to homelessness. And I think that is something that I got to say I'm proud of about the city of Charlotte. We have this community where our public, our private, our, as our council member Graham said, grass top, grassroots level community organizations can really have conversations, work together for the greater good. I am a firm believer in a community being the sum of its parts. There's nothing greater. We can only be who we are as a community. We can only have and reap the results of what our community collectively is willing to put in. And I think we have the ingredients for that across the board. I'm extremely heartened by the fact, I mean, the county and the city are no strangers to working together, to see that in aggregate, they have some level of commitment already on the table. You know, we say public and private all the time, but we don't say nonprofit, right? And I think that is there's no shape stronger than the triangle. The triangle is the strongest shape on the planet. When you get all three, then we're actually looking at, you know, the strongest opportunity to really attack this. So I like what I see. I have some questions that I feel like we could have offline as we continue to instruct, you know, the how. But so far, from what I see so far, I really think that we've at least ideated properly around, you know, what we have at our disposal. So thank you for your work, Director Hefner, Sean, team, you know, staff. I know that this isn't easy, and I know we have a lot to contend with, but, you know, to hear, you know, titans in our community stand in front of a 1,000+ member audience and say that's something that as a community we want to do as a collective, and to have all those heads in there nodding and really saying that they're ready to tackle that among a few other things that were listed. I think we're moving in the right direction, and I'm really, really excited about this and how we unfold. And, you know, to speak to, I'm not a member of the Housing Committee, so, you know, I'll look forward to some of the, you know, report outs from my colleague. One of my colleagues over there, she like, but I'll look forward to some of the, you know, conversations and report backs that you guys have in that committee and what you come up with and you know, how we can help as a full body. So thank you again.
All right, Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mayor. I first heard about United Way's commitment to this a couple of years ago, and I must say I'm very impressed with how far we've come. It seemed like a grand vision then. It seems a lot more detailed now. One thing that does go through my mind is we can't minimize the challenge. This is not just about money. We're going to run up against a difficult situation where we're trying to help people who don't want to be helped. And I've had some engagement, not a big career, but engagement with PTSD victims and other homeless. And at some point, they get angry. And drug addiction is a brutal affliction. So I think we should pursue this work. We should explore every avenue. But I don't want to send a message out to the world, guess what? We can fix this. It's going to be okay in a couple of years, because we are going to be grappling with this. We will continue to grapple with this, and we're going to continue to make tough choices about how to get help to people who walk out again when you give them a place to live. Anyway, so let's keep at it. Again, appreciate United Way and all the work that's gone into it, and I think we can make a difference. Thank you.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first, let me thank United Way and the work they have done, partnering with so many organizations to bring this forward. This was presented at the committee meeting, as Councilmember Johnson had mentioned, and I shared her concerns around the process. I think there are times it does feel like we are working against a machine. That outcome is already determined without committee's input, and that this certainly feels like it. I think at the committee level, Chairwoman Watlington and Vice Chair Mayfield, myself, and Councilmember Johnson, we appreciate the key here is collaboration with the county and nonprofits, private sector, and I think that's great. But I think there is a bigger concern and question is around the process. I noticed that your presentation, Mr. Heath, addressed some of my questions that I had asked. Well, I was able to get through 6 or 7 questions out of 18 that I had. And I see you have addressed the 6 that I did ask, specifically around breakdown of the budget. And I see here on slide number 8, you do have that breakdown. I see there is management fee. as part of our financial partner package. I did notice that application, so now it clearly says that's first line item here. That gives me a little bit more information. Other line items I have questions about is on eviction prevention and emergency rental assistance. It says it was approved in 2023. I don't remember us signing on to this initiative. I think the first time I was introduced to this initiative was just a couple of weeks ago at the committee. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jones.
No, and Sean will do a much better job, so, but I'll take a shot. Some of these items are things that the city's been doing for a while through various pre-existing pots of money. And so let's just say that even if the city decided not to do this package per se, there are just some things that we've been doing for a while. It was just easier to pull those together because it should be consistent with things that you've already approved. And I'll also say that even, things like, and don't take this the wrong way, even if you said that you have an issue with United Way being the quarterback, or you have an issue with how some of the grants may be competitive and who may be a part of those grants, that process, versus some of the vendors that you've worked with in the past, I think ultimately is if these, and I guess the slide before that 7, if these areas make sense to the council, it is how do you go about implementing them either in total or partially align with your priorities. But Sean, to the question about the RCA.
That was very well said. Just to kind of complement that, it just so happens these are examples where, well, first of all, we're trying to live within our means. So we're looking for those opportunities to connect things that we're already planning on doing with United Way, but then to how do you dovetail it in? So eviction prevention and emergency rental assistance, unlike all the other ARPA that we've talked about, the 141-ish million state local fiscal recovery fund, where there was a great amount of discretion. We did digital divide, and we did arts and culture, and housing, and small business, et cetera. With the ERA2, it's a much narrower set of eligible uses, and it just so happens that those eligible uses overlap really well with eviction prevention and emergency rental assistance. So we're just trying to get the peanut butter and chocolate matched up here because it seems to fit.
No, that's fair enough. So that funding source, was that the COVID funding we got?
So ERA2 was one of the COVID funding streams. That's correct, yeah.
So I get it. I think council overall approved the funds for housing, right? Whether that's emergency home repair, eviction prevention, or other areas. I get it, but I think this is sort of misleading because this gives a signal that we approved a specific program. I think we approved overall area, but not specific program. I don't think we endorsed it. So I wanted to ask about this line item, eviction prevention. So I don't remember us approving that back in 2023 for eviction prevention. I know, is this going towards legal fees? And I know you mentioned certain cases of eviction in for low-income families.
Right.
What happens in the case of non-payment of rent? Would our funding be going towards non-payment of rent, or would it go towards attorney fees, or would it go towards everything, all of it, all of the above?
Right, so.
Because ultimately, I think what we are trying to get to is that we are addressing the root issue. If the root issue is non-payment of rent, are we truly addressing that, or are we just putting a Band-Aid by paying the legal fees?
So this particular line, we're looking at eviction prevention, $200,000. It links back to the prior slide where there's direct reference to. This would be for Legal Aid of North Carolina, which is a nonprofit 501c3 organization that provides assistance among other things, to low-income households facing eviction. And it would really depend on, so it's not going to attorneys. I mean, I'm uncomfortable with saying it's going to attorneys. It's going to a nonprofit that provides those types of services. There's a real imbalance if you look at the eviction process in terms of representation. You know, landlords are generally, often, almost always have representation in that process. Low-income households do not. So the idea here is how to allow these low-income households to have access to individuals that can provide legal counsel to help protect and defend their rights. There are multiple reasons why an eviction filing could come about. It could be non-payment of rent. It could be breach of their lease. It could be criminal activity. It could be they've stayed in their apartment longer than the lease allowed. So, a long list of reasons why the eviction could come about. And then there are a handful of reasons that a household could seek legal support in order to defend themselves in that eviction process.
I understand that there are multiple reasons, and this is really an equity issue in terms of legal representation. But I guess what I'm trying to get to, would our funding go towards the root issue, whether if it's a non-payment of rent, are we paying the rent, or are we just paying the legal fees, whether that's going to a private attorney or a nonprofit attorney? It's going to an attorney. I guess, are we paying the rent that's past due? That's what really my question is.
Okay. The direct answer to the question is that this funding would be provided directly to the nonprofit organization. It would not be paying the rent.
So that doesn't address the underlying issue, and I think that was my concern, because if there is a non-payment of rent, are we addressing the underlying issue that will ultimately eliminate eviction in the first place?
Yes, and these are connected, because if you go one step upstream and you think about the emergency rental assistance, there the emphasis is on working with households before they get to that eviction process, and not just providing the financial relief, but also having targeted supports to help get at the root causes that you're mentioning.
Right. So I think Councilmember Johnson mentioned about crisis assistance, where they actually pay for non-payment of rent, right? That addresses the underlying root issue, which we often refer residents to that nonprofit. So that brings me to my follow-up question. Organizations like Block Love, that Councilmember Graham mentioned, crisis assistance, they work in this space. How would this funding model change for them? And what would be the process change?
I may tag over to my colleague here.
So under the current system, and again, I want to stipulate, everybody's doing great work. This is not about, I'll stop right there. Everybody's doing great work. Under the crisis assistance model, they will pay 1 month of that past due rent most typically. And so what we're asking the question is, do we need another layer of an intervention where we could pay the past due rent, but also pay forward and give people a real chance to stabilize the issue that has led them into financial crisis? So could we do more upstream before they have that eviction notice, help them get not just their past due rent caught up, but forward-looking rent? And then what additional wraparound supports do we need to offer that family in order to maximize the likelihood that they will never enter into homelessness? So it's asking a question, will a deeper investment help us achieve better long-term outcomes with the goal of preventing someone from entering into homelessness for the first time? There are a number of communities that have worked with really data-informed, targeted prevention models, and that's what we're trying to replicate here.
Right. I appreciate the focus on the prevention side of things, because as City Council, our priority has always been the housing, right? How do we address the prevention, whether it's through NOAA, whether it's through building more affordable housing, or whether it's through home repair kind of programs, right, that really addresses the underlying issue of creating or preserving the housing that we have. If $200,000 gets us few where we can help more residents with the rent, subsidizing the rent, I think that it really addresses the prevention.
So if I might, Councilmember Ajmera, what eviction prevent, that legal representation does, once you've got that eviction on your record, it is much harder to find the next unit, right? And so all of these things have to work in tandem together. So yes, you have to provide the financial assistance that will help people stay in their homes, but you also, for those who are facing eviction, if we can provide legal representation and prevent them from having an eviction filing on their record, it's going to make it that much easier for them to enter into the next home. So again, I think I would encourage us to think about all these things working in tandem and somewhat holistically.
I understand that we got to work in tandem, but then we certainly have focus areas, right? City has our focus area, county has theirs with his services. Ours is more on safety and housing, right? So we also got to make sure that we are addressing the core needs and staying focused on our areas. I have more questions which I'll ask later. I see management fee of about roughly 10%, and I know that was one of my questions at the committee meeting. Is that contingent upon this $12.3 million approval? That question is for Mr. Heath or Mr. Jones.
Well, I wouldn't, so the $130,000 isn't a management fee per se. It's a specific ask for a specific position, a contract management position that would do work that's directly aligned with a Home for All and the funding from different government sources. So just in full transparency, we wanted you to see the whole thing stacked up here together. That's what that is.
Okay, so regardless of how much we approve, $130,000 is that contract worker fee that will be incurring
Yes, for that.
to
That's the financial.
participate in this program.
Yes, that's a financial partner request. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So this, under council roll column, where you got the last 4 items, future RCA, so would that be, so that would be coming in front of the council to approve our partners, is that correct?
Each one would be different. But yeah, I mean, the message we wanted to be clear about is that money will not be spent on those items until council has an opportunity to review and ultimately approve.
And so those 2 items that we already approved, which we approved the specific area of focus, eviction prevention and emergency rental assistance, would that come in front of us once we have identified a partner or they have gone through competitive grant process?
So I believe the way that the RCAs were structured, that it enabled the manager to enter into contracts for the funding, so long as they're eligible uses within the ERA2 program.
So
I don't think an additional council vote on those would be required. Because once again, ERA2 has a very narrow set of eligible uses. It's not that council decided that eviction prevention and emergency rental assistance would be categories that you're interested in. It's that the ERA2 program itself defines what eligible uses are for any city or county that receives that sort of funding.
Yeah, if you could email us, or at least me, what are the restricted use of this
Sure.
ERA2?
For sure, yeah.
And what is the definition of advisor under United Way role? What does that mean?
Well, I think the critical home repair is a good example where the United Way is working with the city and the county, and there's one private sector funder, U.S. Bank, who's decided to put some money into the critical home repair space to help kind of tie all that work together. We are still fully responsible for selecting our partners associated with critical home repair. United Way is just kind of like a behind-the-scenes advisor for that.
I didn't follow that, but okay.
Just to give you an explicit example. So one of the things we're interested in is how do we expand contractor capacity? And the U.S. Bank funding is focused on what are impediments that are preventing contractors from pursuing this sort of work, whether it be hiring or training or any incremental investments they would have to make in order to be suited to perform this kind of critical home repair. U.S. Bank is providing some catalyst funding in order to identify opportunities for either forgivable loans or grants that could bring more contractors, with an emphasis on minority contractors, into the space.
So last question, and then I'm done, I promise. So when we have this a competitive grant process, so currently organizations that receive funding from the city directly, that work in this space, would they have to reapply for this pot of money?
I'll just use one explicit example. So let's use Crisis, for example. Crisis has requested their money through the financial partner process.
Okay.
So what we have here is separate and distinct from that. This is not a take from that pot of money. This would be incremental to it, because as Catherine mentioned, we'd be exploring new ideas.
Right, but
There would not
moving
be
forward, because once we adopt and approve this is for, not every year we are going to approve this, right? This is an ongoing partnership, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
I think that if we were to do this in FY25, then there would be an evaluation before we decided how to carry something into FY26. Just because we did it in FY25 wouldn't mean it was set in stone forever.
Okay, so it'll come back in front of the council for any additional ask in future, whatever that partnership may look like.
Yes,
Yes.
and we would only come back with the ideas that had proven to be efficacious.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. So just to start, I too share the concerns in regards to the process, because much of what's being discussed now are questions that were loaded up in committee that we said we were coming back to answer. So I'm very, very concerned to see something here. While I can appreciate the timeline as it relates to the budget, I still think it's extremely important that we do the work of this council, so that we don't get to a place where there are pieces that are not connecting for folks. Because what I'm hearing and seeing today, while it does answer many of the questions that did come up in committee, to me, it feels like there is still an opportunity to formalize council's position. I'm glad to at least see the operations piece showing up here and not separate and apart, because what we've seen to date has been a little bit piecemeal. And I think that if, rather than going line by line and deciding if council is, or not rather than, prior to going line by line and deciding if council wants to support it, I really think that council, this council, not the council from 3 years ago, when somebody was having a conversation in the office, need to determine what position we want to be in as it relates to a home for all. This feels very much like that decision has already been decided, and I personally am not there. When we talk about there being no alternatives, I'm not sure that's the case, and I'm not necessarily advocating to start from scratch, but I do think there are some very real discussions that still need to be had about what this engagement looks like in these last two columns, because I'm not aligned in any way to transferring council authority over to United Way. Not that that is what this is explicitly saying, but that conversation still doesn't feel like it's been clear, and that the full council has not taken a position on it. When I think about this grant-making process, many other questions that Councilmember Ajmira brought up, I have those same questions. And so I really feel like this conversation needs to be completed in committee before it comes back to this full council. The other thing that I wanted to bring up here is specific to this eviction prevention. And again, thank you, Councilor Ajmira, for your comments in regards to this, because this one gives me pause. For many of the reasons that you mentioned about addressing the root cause or the true cause, I'll say it a little bit more plainly. I am not aligned to taking public dollars to help folks stay in homes that they're not paying for when that landlord still has to pay for that property. So you're asking a landlord to eat the cost of someone not paying rent, and you want to take that landlord's public dollars to help pay for somebody to stay in their house that they're not paying for. I've got a fundamental issue with that. So those are the kinds of conversations that I think we need to get much more clear about at a more detailed level. So with that, I look forward to seeing this back in committee, knowing that we need to work very efficiently to be on schedule for the budget. So I look forward to those discussions. Thank you.
Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you. So a question for either you. So as we discuss potential target audience that we want to assist, have we discussed those who have already gained access to housing, who are on fixed incomes, that are now currently or in the near future about to be priced out of those current units? And where would that fall in this, since we already created opportunity for housing, but they're on a fixed income, and or they're like an elder that reached out to me the other day where their Social Security increased to $78, but their bills increased to $75, so you got a net of $3, but you now have this automatic built-in increase. Where in this breakdown does that assistance happen?
I mean, critical home repair would be an example, but the first thing that comes to mind when you make that reference is the work of the Nest Commission and the recommendations that came to committee and the committee endorsed and council approved, about $6 million of funding in late calendar year 2023. And all of that work is moving forward. I mean, to me, that sounds like questions around displacement and what's the work we as a community are doing to help mitigate displacement. That's really Nest Commission and the funding you've already approved.
So here's the challenge, one of many. One, Mr. Manager, you've heard basically from the entire committee, we had a full expectation that this was coming back to committee for us to really dig deep and have some of these questions answered. What we have in this presentation back on slide 6 is under the prevention, and we're saying critical home repair, legal advocacy, the upstream emergency rental, and the strike fund. But again, we've identified someone. They've already gone through our program. We identify housing for them. The housing that we put them in, you're now saying you all have had a conversation where, opposed to looking at our policy language, stepping back to make sure that we're tracking those individuals that may be on a fixed income and or those who have not gained additional employment or a different type of employment to keep them from coming back in the system. We're just saying we're going to start them over in the system for financial assistance. Because I'm trying to get an understanding of what exactly we're saying. And critical home repair wouldn't necessarily go into that category if it's one of the NOAAs or a multifamily unit that we put funding in, and then we identify people, but within 2 years or maybe 3, they're now priced out of that unit that we funded. So that's something to come back to really think about, because at some point, someone needs to have that conversation when we're talking about helping people. Because many years ago, when we first said we were going to identify 5,000 homes in 5 years, that was a great idea in theory. We're still looking at a 35,000, 38,000 individual need. That need has been there for a number of years. So rethinking what that looks like. So in committee, I asked about United Way's a clarification. United Way is going to be funding programs through our dollars if we were to move forward. But those individual nonprofits will also have the ability to come directly to council to ask for funds to fund that project. So we're basically funding we're potentially funding a program and or a housing and or request with tax dollars through 2 different line items?
I don't believe so. I mean, the dollars are finite. Go ahead, please.
So, Councilman Mayfield, and I think Sean touched on it a few moments ago. So there are a bunch of good things that are going on, whether it's the Nest Commission and dollars associated with that, your work with the Houses of Worship, what's happening with the Housing Trust Fund. Even in our PAYGO, there's about $3 million each year that we set aside for housing-related activities that kind of go across the spectrum. And as we discussed this more in committee, I think one of the things that's important is that this is, let's just say, an effort to do something that's collaborative, that maybe if we do this a little differently, there may be an outcome with some things that we've been missing by being so strong in one lane, as opposed to taking bits and pieces of things that work and seeing if we could get better outcomes.
I appreciate that thought process, Mr. Manager. What I would like for us to consider is, just like it's noted on page 8, that Mecklenburg County is evaluating its fiscal year 25. Here's an opportunity where we can really honestly take the lead of Mr. Trotman and some of the things that they're doing. Because on the county side, they have some very specific measures that are in place before dollars are released. There are metrics that have to be met. They are also very intentional with the community partnerships that they are expanding when we talk about who is on the ground actually having an impact. As Councilmember Graham mentioned earlier, he and I were able to attend the ribbon cutting for Block Love. Mr. Trotman was very instrumental in that and multiple other conversations with how the county is not only funding, but they're tracking where their funding is going, because we do have some partners out there that may not have been able to hit some of the targets that were presented in their proposal. That was one of the other conversations that I believe was going to continue had this come back to committee regarding clarification, because the way this looks, just to even have some dollars, whether or not these are the actual dollars associated with specific line items, is concerning, without clear clarification of committee understanding and then committee submitting to full council a proposal of why we support or why we have challenges. We have in here the eviction prevention, which was noted, but also the emergency rental assistance. What's our current allocation? How much do we currently have in our emergency rental assistance today?
I'm not sure the exact dollar amount.
Exactly. So we have, and that's okay. This, again, unfortunately, we haven't had this discussion now. We have on here that we're presenting to the community around $2 million. It will be helpful to know exactly what we have in that pot of funds today and how much it has actually been spent in comparison to how many requests we have received. Because, Manager, you and I have talked about recent fund allocations and the impact of our recent property tax evaluation. And how are we really addressing, again, as Councilmember Ajmira mentioned, the core. And if the core challenge is this financial gap, before we get to the point of needing an attorney, potential eviction, what are we doing to help you age in place, stay in place according to the language that we committed to for the community? So knowing what that current allocation is, basically what do we have in bank right now? How much of it has been spent in comparison to who has actually been able to take advantage of it? We have some clear opportunities in here, and to have a conversation or give the impression to the community that we're are all on board with $7 million for an emergency shelter, to even have a dollar amount in there without, again, committee having some very clear questions answered, is challenging, and it makes, in the eye, me feel that yet again, from multiple years of conversations, a decision has already been made and commitments have been made, and it is an expectation that there's a rubber stamp, versus being able to clearly explain to individuals, because we have a lot of people in this community who have been in this community for a very long time that have not been able to take advantage to the majority of the programs that we have, or any of these programs that might be on here. And we've had a lot of people that have been able to take advantage that have recently moved to the community. We have a conversation that I've already started with some multifamily developers regarding how do you do your wait list? This first come, first serve versus what was recently done, we're having a lottery system in order to create fairness. A conversation with a different provider regarding you have a list that's 5-10 years old. Go back to the beginning of your list instead of creating a new list and just picking up the phone and see if these people still need. The idea that it will be taken out of council's hands, whether it is through United Way as a partner, which we thank you all for stepping to the table as a partner, but not to have total control, or for it to just go through the manager's office and council not be aware of what's happening, especially for our district representatives who on the ground see a very different impact when we are allocating support, and know some organizations that are doing some amazing work versus funds that we may have invested in national programs that have not necessarily created the outcomes that we needed for our community, whereas our local groups can. So it would be helpful, Mr. Heath, to get some of those, to get all of our questions answered back to committee ahead of time before we're put in a position of, well, you need to just vote on this and we'll figure it out later. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that everyone has had an opportunity to speak. With Mr. Bakari, would you like to?
I have quite a few very detailed questions, but since we only allocated 15 minutes to this dialogue, I'll hold them and ask them offline.
Well, thank you.
Or attend a committee meeting.
I'm good.
So, I believe that we have some really specific details, but we also have to kind of think about how are we doing this in terms of whether or not we're going to participate with the community plan that was created, which is fine. But I think it's going to be, as in Ms. Mayfield's words, challenging if no matter what decision we make. We have been doing this for a very long time. We've been doing it to build housing for people, but I think that we all need to recognize that that's not sufficient anymore for what we're doing. And so the who and the how and the what is going to be very difficult, but I hope that we will have something by the time that others come to the table to help to do this, whether it's nonprofits. I'm excited about the opportunity for the review and the metrics for our partners that we have in the budget. It's really important to kind of figure out where we're going to fit with the county and with the nonprofits, for the business community, as well as our social services community. So these are all things that are going to be tough. We need to begin to think it through, and it's not, I think, when you talk about the committee having a meeting, and then there's the remainder of the council for everyone to be engaged in this. So thank you very much. I think we are done with this item on our agenda.
Thank you.
So the next item, oh my gosh, that we have to have is number 8. You have a public hearing. Oh, no, we can't. These people have been waiting for coming down to speak on the church for a long time. Thank you very much. We know that you're here. We know that you're coming, and it's item 8.
We got 8, 9, and 10.
8, 9, and 10. We have 3 public hearings, and we have speakers for this. The first one is item number 8, a public hearing and decision on the Parkwood Avenue Associate Reformed Presbyterian Church. And our speakers are Tommy Warlick. Please come down and join us, as well as, oh no, the alleyway is the next one. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers signed up? Okay, thank you. Mr. Warlick, thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate you hearing us out. My name is Tommy Warlick. I'm with the Mecklenburg County Historic Landmarks Department, and I'm simply here tonight to answer any questions that you might have with regard to this pending designation.
All right, are there any
Move to
questions?
close public hearing.
We have a motion to close the public hearing, and thank you very much for your time and attendance. We have this motion. Any discussion? All in favor of closing the public hearing, please raise your hand. All right, the next item is to adopt an ordinance with an effective date of April 22nd, 2024, designating the property known as Parkwood Avenue Associate Reformed Presbyterian Church. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, the next item is item number 9. It's a public hearing for the Kelly Woods Area Voluntary Annexation. Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk? There are no
Move to
speakers.
approve and adopt.
We have a motion to approve, to close the public hearing and adopt an annexation ordinance with an effective date of April 22nd. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, the next item is item 10, public hearing on a resolution to close a portion of an alleyway between Scott Avenue and Fountain View Street. We wanted to continue and conclude the public hearing to do this. So we have a speaker, Ms. Kalai. Thank you. You are here again tonight, and you would like to speak before we close the public hearing.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Lyles and Mayor Pro Tem Anderson and all the city council members, I just want to say thank you on behalf of my family. I'm Gina Callias, and we have the Twin Oaks. It's part of the alleyway between Fountain View and Scott Avenue. And I just want to say how grateful we are that Mayor Pro Tem Anderson came out and stayed with us and looked at things, and we brought an 18-wheeler out there and looked at everything. So we're very grateful. We have now had a chance to talk to SunCap, to talk to Casey Mashburn, and we have language that's been proposed. I think Casey will speak to it to say I think he's good with it. SunCap's good with it. We're good with it. We're waiting for the city attorney to put a final stamp. Thank you.
All right. And you are Mr. Fennell?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. You would like to speak to this topic?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr.
Thank you,
Fennell.
Mayor Lyles and Mayor Pro Tem Anderson, members of the council. What I need to say is simply for record preservation purposes, the two objections that we had to the initial abandonment petition were, one, the fact that the abandonment was a partial abandonment, and two, issues with respect to ingress and egress. The resolution form that we have agreed to, I believe, will resolve all the issues. And if it suits council, then I think that all of it becomes moot. And beyond that, I just want to echo what Gina said. It's been a difficult process with a lot of people with a lot of opinions and a lot of strong wills, but everybody worked real hard.
That never happens to us.
And then the last thing I'm going to say is to echo what I said a month ago. This is amazing. I want to thank you all for what you do. It was really interesting to see the level of attention that you give to everything from Arthur the ash tree to homeless issues. It's does an old cynical trial lawyer's heart good to watch. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. I don't believe we have any other speakers, so do we have a motion? To close.
Second.
To close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second. And yes, please.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on all the work that has been done, and Casey, Mr. Mashburn is over there if he wanted to comment as well. But as the Calliases have mentioned, we went out on site. We did a stress test, and the developer has made a number of additions that they will make, and it will be documented in the actual resolution. And I know that you all wanted to have a particular agreement, and we are not in a position to do that, but it will be documented in the resolution. And Mr. Brown, Colin Brown, is here with us, and he can attest to that. And I just want to also mention that the surrounding neighbors, including the Dilworth Neighborhood Association, was there during that time, and they are also in agreement with us closing the public hearing based on the agreement. So thank you for the collaboration, community members, everyone. This was a bit of entanglement here that we were able to get through and come up with the best solution for everyone involved. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mayor.
Thank you. I believe that the resolution, Mr. Baker, Mr. Baker?
Yes.
A resolution was included with our document, but this is not the resolution to close the alleyway, and you will be preparing a new resolution
That's
that will have to come back to council to be voted on
We are preparing a new resolution. Yes, I don't believe it has
on
to
May
come back.
13th. We'll be voting on it?
On May 13th.
Okay, got it. All right, Ms. Ajmira.
Yes, I just wanted to thank DCA and the Calais family and SunCap. Tremendous progress in a month. I remember last month, there was a lot of opposition about this, and what a quick turnaround in terms of the resolution. So certainly appreciate all the parties involved, including our staff. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and to close the public
I'd
hearing.
like to hear Colin's thoughts on the rest of the meeting today that he got to see. Can we bring him up?
I don't know, Ms. Carter might like to do it as well. We got some history-making people. And then all of our housing people are here, you know? Fred is here.
Let's let everyone have a chance to come down and just give us their
Everybody.
thoughts.
They're on that last
Only
agenda.
3 minutes apiece.
Oh, my gosh. So let's see if we can get these
To
folks
approve,
home.
or whatever.
We have a motion
Close.
to,
Close the
everyone,
public hearing.
everybody has a motion to close the public hearing. Raise their hand in favor. Anyone opposed? All right, thank you very much. So the next item is item 12, which is our Sustainable Facilities Policy Revisions. The action is to approve the revised sustainable facilities policy and authorize the manager to approve updates to the policy to maintain alignment with the city's 2030 CAP goals. I believe, do we have any speakers on this item?
We do.
We
have
do. Ms.
Nancy.
Carter? Thank you.
She's done.
Thank you so very much for hearing me tonight.
Thank you for coming down and sitting with us tonight.
Absolutely. And also, thank you for your efforts with the Sustainable Energy Action Plan. Bloomberg has recognized Charlotte with 2 grants as one of 20 sustainable U.S. cities. City council members set policy for the city, so you have the joy, the right, and the responsibility to meet CAP goals that you have set with citizen input. Tonight, we celebrate the Sustainable Facilities Policy revisions, directing that all new city facilities be all electric. This move to clean energy is an enormous accomplishment and a big step forward to the CAP goals for 2030 and 2050. Could we also consider retrofits sometime? We truly appreciate Sarah Hazel, her team, and all the city council employees and the council itself for your sustaining the sustainability of our city and working to show citizens how to acquire the taste for sustainability. This is what the citizens need to see. They need to see you in action doing things like this. So we ask you please to support this revision. Dean and Christy Klusner, who are also members of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Climate Leaders CAP Accountability Committee, were here with me. And we all thank you very much for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Let's
So
see.
Mr. Bakari, followed by Ms. Ajmira.
Mr. Manager, do you have the budget impacts to expense over the next 10 years this will forecast?
So Sarah Hazel's coming up, and we'll give you what we have.
Good Earth Night. Sarah Hazel, Chief Sustainability and Resiliency Officer. So to your question about budget impacts, we did look at the budget impacts of the strengthened policy. And so we are estimating that for every new building, there is a cost between $175,000 and $250,000 for these changes. That's the upfront capital cost, but we do anticipate seeing savings over time from energy savings. And then a big piece of this, and a big piece of why this is a great time to update this policy, is that the federal government has direct pay, and so we get 30% back on all our clean energy investments. And so the more we do now, the more we can reap those benefits back, and that will help the budget impact be lower, and then these projects go farther faster.
Putting aside the federal dollars, which is, it's still tax dollars, right, that we're taking from different places. What is the payback period on the $250K per building up front?
It depends on which measures are being looked at, but so for example,
Just dollars, like the dollars in savings that would not come out of the general fund or some other fund to support the building.
I'll have to get back to you on that particular question.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Ajmira.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, this is a great way to celebrate our Earth Day by adopting this revision to our facilities policy. This is in alignment with our CEAP goals that Council unanimously approved back in 2018, where we had made bold, committed boldly to our to going carbon-free by 2030, and that included our fleet, our facilities, our energy generation, as well as our workforce development initiatives. So this helps us meet our 2030 goals. This is where rubber meets the road. We adopted the vision, and now it's policy that's going to help us meet those goals. I just want to thank Sarah and her entire team, along with climate leaders who has been advocating for this. Nancy, June Blotnick was also here from Clean Air Carolina, along with Dean and Christy. I appreciate the work that you all have done. They continue to meet on a periodic basis to address concerns around budget, what is the short-term impact, as well as what is the long-term benefit that we are getting out of this. And I think in terms of budget question, I think we should also consider what is the cost for not doing this. There are communities of color, specifically Black and brown communities, that are disproportionately impacted by climate pollution, specifically carbon pollution. So I think the cost to not do that is a lot higher than the cost to do it now. So considering all of that, I would certainly recommend all of my colleagues to support this, to really invest in our next generation to address carbon pollution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, any further questions? Do we have a motion that we get? Oh, yes, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson had
Just a comment.
recognized. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also want to thank Sarah and her team for the amazing work that they do, and I look forward to supporting it. I had the honor, Councilmember Mitchell and I, on Wednesday to attend virtually. There was a cabinet meeting, I think a national climate organization, and they were talking about the work that Charlotte's doing. So I hope that Sarah, you can send that to council members so we can brag about the work that we're doing. We're doing some great work, and also this wonderful magnet on what we can do, to reduce carbon emissions in your everyday life. I remember making the suggestion a couple years ago. So I'm excited about the work that we're doing, and thank you. Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion. We need a motion to adopt the sustainable revision date of today for the sustainable facilities policy.
So moved.
We have a motion. We have a second.
She said second.
I'm sorry. And authorize the manager to appropriate updates as needed to maintain the alignment with the goals. So with that, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Thank you. All right, that is approved. All right, then, item 13, the staff has pulled. The next item is 14, water sewer revenue bonds and revenue bond anticipation notes, adopting an initial findings resolution that makes certain statements of fact concerning the water sewer revenue bonds and bond anticipation notes. The provide for the issuance in an amount not to exceed over $610 million. Provide for the issuance of water sewer bond anticipation not to exceed $500 million. Authorize the city officials to take necessary actions. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve A through D.
All right, we have a
Second.
motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. The next,
Mr. Bakari was
Mr. Bakari?
I just
Yeah.
left my hand up too long.
Right. All right, the next item is item 15 for our affordable housing development support request. Approve up to $5,362 million in housing trust fund allocations for the following projects: Mallard at Sugar Creek, Grounds for Change, and Legacy Vista. Approve up to $360 million transit-oriented development, affordable housing development bonus program, Lee Influ revenue allocation to Give Impact LLC. And then authorize the manager to execute and amend necessary to complete the transactions.
Second.
I'm sorry, Little's Landing, this is $66,000. It was such a small amount. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Hefner, I have a question for you regarding our MWSBE goals when it comes to our partners and opportunities that we have through CBI, but I think we've done something really good that I want to have an opportunity for you to share from your department.
Thank you. Yes, good evening, everyone. Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services. I'm excited to share that our CBI goals on our Housing Trust Fund projects have recently increased. So as part of the Housing Trust Fund tune-up last year, one of the things that staff took a look at were our CBI goals. Now, often when projects advance to the city for funding requests, a prime contractor has already been identified, but there are still lots and lots of opportunities for MWSPE participation in those subcontracts. And so the CBI goals for the projects that you are approving tonight, they were shared last week at Action Review, and they're in your HTF booklet. The CBI goal is 13%, and that's up from 10% previously. So we continue to work with CBI to identify the appropriate goal for each project. It's done on an individual basis, but those are the goals that were set for the projects that you are voting on this evening.
Thank you, Director Hefner, and Manager Jones. I want to thank you because as the leadership, our executive leadership supports and buy-in on the opportunities with our CBI and expanding the opportunities and goals, we get to see more wins like this that are direct wins for the community. So I appreciate you giving that update just so that we can share that we are looking at it in multiple areas of city development.
All right.
Just a small comment.
Ms. Johnson? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have mentioned CBI like 100 times tonight, right? So I had an intern. He came to the meeting and he didn't know what CBI was. So I just think we want to be careful with that. And it's the Charlotte Business Inclusion, and it's our initiative to bring on more minority contractors.
Small business.
Small business. Okay, yes, so thank you. So we talked about it a lot. I just wanted to make sure that, in case there is someone watching that didn't know what it was. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so with that, we now have to vote on our
We had a motion and a
housing.
second.
All in favor? Anyone opposed? Mr. Bakari, thank you. All right, the next item that we have on our agenda is item number 25, a Transit Survey Research and Performance Management. Ms. Mayfield asked for this to be discussed. Mayfield?
Wait, what did we just do?
Item number 25.
Oh, thank you, because we just jumped. Okay.
We're back on the consent agenda.
We're back, okay, I didn't realize we were back to consent, so my. Marie, thank you for coming back. The question I had for 25, the Transit Survey Research and Performance Management, is Jackson Creative LLC doing business at Jackson Insight? I was asking if they were a local company. Actually, they're in the region, which is really great, but I was trying to figure out if the partner, Customer Service Solutions, if they were not able to meet the entire scope as we're looking to create more opportunities, trying to figure out that relationship for this
Thank you.
particular
And this was
project.
the second time this was bid, and the first time it was targeted to MWSBEs, and there wasn't a bid, so then they went back out. And then, actually, these two vendors were calling themselves a joint partnership, but legally they weren't, so that's why they had to have one as a sub and one as a prime.
But they really are through our Charlotte Business Inclusion. It's
Yes,
really more
ma'am.
like a joint partnership.
Right, not legally, but yes.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. Move to approve and authorize.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? The next item is item 26, Airport Civil Engineering Consultant Services. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your
Didn't I pull
hand.
26?
I have you with 27, 28, 30, and 33. I'm sorry, did I miss one?
No, she was asking who,
26.
It was me.
Well, I had it also. Go ahead.
26.
No, you got it.
All right.
That's fine.
Ms.
Dr.
Watlington?
Watlington.
Yeah, mine was really just, I wanted to highlight the thing that I mentioned earlier about looking at our CBI policy and including the open-ended contracts. So that, mine's been discussed.
Okay, do I have a motion
Yeah, you have a motion and a second.
and a second already? Any further discussion? All in
Yes, Madam
favor?
Mayor.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you. So my question for Marie regarding this is, do we have a written tracking mechanism to ensure that the prime keeps the subcontracting commitments? Because unfortunately, we have had an opportunity or so where a sub is presented or information is submitted, but then when it's time for work to actually take place, they are not contacted and they do not get access to that work.
Yes, ma'am. So for this specific one, it's based on task orders, and that information is written into the task order. And also, they partner with CBI, and the CBI uses that B2G Now to track it as well.
Thank you, Marie.
All right. Any further questions, comments? All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Thank you, that passes. The next item is Airport Consolidated Rental Car Facility Management Services. I think Ms. Mayfield, nope, is Ms. Watlington. Did you pull that one as well?
I did, as part of the previous group, but this one I just wanted to highlight the airport and their 33% of commitment to MWSBE looks as they continue to be a benchmark in this area. So I just wanted to give them kudos on this one.
All right. And you, a motion?
Second.
And
Yeah,
second?
move
Any
to-
discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Johnson?
I'm sorry, this,
Trying to find
I wanted to share, and I can share with Marie offline. There's a lady named Dawn Nicole McElwin that keeps track of small businesses. There's some type of database that she was working on, so I think this might be an opportunity to increase our CBI participation. She has a network of small businesses, so I'd love to make that connection.
Thank you.
Okay?
That'd be
All right,
great.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is,
I'm in favor.
oh, I'm sorry. All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? But it's been a moment. Ms. Watlington?
Yep, this one I had a question, and it can be answered offline, but the differences between the DBE and the CBI process, because it seems as though the DBE does generate a good bit of participation, so I just wanted to make sure that we were matching and mapping and looking at opportunities to reply. That's all. Move to authorize and accept.
We have a motion and second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Unanimous. Next item is 29, airport passenger. Either of you pulled airport passenger?
Yep, it was me. Move
All right.
to accept and approve.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? No, we're off position. The next one is the airport terminal building renovation design services. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, Marie was able to clarify the question I had on this, so approve action A and authorize action B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand.
Discussion.
I'm sorry.
Yep, question for follow-up. I just want to understand a little bit more under this heading of Charlotte Business Inclusion. City negotiates the contract participation after the proposal selection process, et cetera, et cetera. Matter of fact, I'll ask it this way. I'd like to see all of the bid processes that we have. We know we talk a lot about hard bidding, we talk a lot about CMAR. I just want to see who's using what across departments. Thanks.
All right. The next item is item 31, a land acquisition for
We
tree.
need a,
All in favor?
All in favor, raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right. The next item is land acquisition for tree canopy preservation program. Do I have a motion?
so moved.
Second.
You have a second? Any discussion? All in-
Happy Earth Day.
Yes, Ms. Esmond?
I was just going to say, Happy Earth Day. This is very timely. It's
Okay.
on Earth Day. We are preserving land, so thank you.
All right, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to get an understanding. So the TCPP has acquired and preserved around 330 acres of land to date and have protected approximately twice as much land than the developers would have been required to under the on-site tree save option that we have. So do we know, and I think, Marie, you were able to get an answer to this, when we approve land, such as tonight for this save, this is now dedicated. So when we have these developments and these projects come before us where we have a fee in lieu or we have clear cutting, we know that we are contributing to actual true save planting in our city. That is the purpose of this.
Preserving it and/or planting it, yes. So there might be some incidental recreational uses, but there won't be any buildings like.
No development that can happen. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
You had it.
And we have a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right. The next item is to set a public hearing on Oak Lake Townhouses 2 area voluntary annexation. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Ms. Mayfield and Ms. Watlington are opposed.
No, she was in support.
I'm in support.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
The hands went up at the same time.
It did. I'm sorry. I
Okay,
was late.
sorry. So Ms. Mayfield,
Yeah,
what, yeah to what? Yeah,
I was in opposition.
okay, thank
Gotta
you.
know.
All right, the item, and Ms. Mayfield, I think you pulled the property transactions?
Correct, 33.
33.
Would like to just get clarification, because what we have noted in here is that both, unfortunately, I believe the mother and daughter are deceased. So exactly who are we paying for this land?
I'm not sure it'd be their estate, but that was their wishes. They were wanting, it was a couple, I believe, and then when they passed.
So their estate was to sell the land to the city or donate the land to the city?
No, sell it.
Okay.
And
So-
be part of this program. So this is a voluntary program, so nobody has to participate. And like you mentioned earlier, there's a another resident nearby, it does not affect them. It's volunteer. But if they volunteer and they sell it through this federal program, then due to federal regulations, you can't turn it back to be residential.
So that's the other part to the question. This area has, the city, basically, through the airport, have bought everything in this area. There is one home left that is actually owner occupied. What has our language done if that individual that still is on residential, that's surrounded by all this manufacturing, if they decide generationally, if they want to add an ADU or the family member wants to build a home on that land, what, if any, would this approval and this language cause them any challenges to develop their land as the residential use they purchase?
No, ma'am. I specifically asked that based on your question earlier.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you very much.
All right, so we have also item 34, 35, and 36 in property transactions, and one in,
we didn't vote on 33.
I know we have not voted on those.
Just vote on them all at one time?
Yes, we can, if someone makes a motion.
So you would like for me to
I
make a
just,
motion?
did Ms. Mayfield have any one of
ma'am.
these? All right, so do we have a motion?
Madam Mayor,
We have not voted on the House.
Madam
Okay.
Clerk has comments.
No, I just had a question on, what are you voting on right this minute?
We're going to vote on item 33, aviation property transaction, right now. All right, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Now, item 34, 35, and 36 are the remaining property
Move
transactions.
to approve all.
A motion to approve all. Any comments, discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed?
Move to adjourn.
All right, no.
We have a closed session.
Are you serious?
Mr. Baker, will you read a motion for us, please?
Yes, I'd like to motion to go into closed session to preserve the attorney-client privilege in the matters of Tabaka versus Exrel Mosaluk versus City of Charlotte, and Canos versus City of Charlotte pursuant to GS 143, 318, 11A3.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we'll go back.
Opposed.